Mute. Is that okay? Testing, testing. Mute. Oh, there we go. Testing, testing. Don't have voice commands. Don't have voice commands. Don't have voice commands. Testing, testing. Alright, now it seems like the audio is working. Alright guys, sorry that took so long. I mean, nobody's watching at the moment. We're not live other than me viewing my own stream on the phone to make sure audio and everything's working, which it is now. But since this is the beginning of the video, just for a quick little show and tell here, even though you guys are already getting a sneak peek because I'm flying back home for a second, I'm going to do an overview of the world real quick and what there is so far. And then I'm going to get to work because we're doing a 9 to 9, or at least that's the plan, so we'll see how far we get with that. But me and the buddy are on. We've been working on this world for about 3 years. So let's get to it, I guess. I'm going to head back to World Spawn. You're going to see a lot of crazy things in this world. I'm going to start by saying, yes, trophies here are still active. We have never cheated. Well, we've broken rules. The Minecraft guidelines we haven't exactly followed. And you're going to see that in a second, why we've broken some rules. But we've never cheated in the sense that we've never turned creative mode on. This has always been built in survival, which means, yes, trophies are always active. We have never not built this in survival, so we've never cheated blocks into the game in some senses. Well, I'll get to that, but we haven't cheated anything into the game, so anything you're seeing here has been built by hand. Nothing has been like we put creative mode on and gave ourselves tons of supplies and did it. No, this is what 3 years of progress and work looks like, so. I'm not going to tell you all my secrets, but you're definitely going to see something when I round this corner, because this is the world spawn here. I got it boxed in, so in case any new people join the world, they need to, go over the rules here and how things work. If you're asking, why does that look a lot like Bedrock? I mean, I don't know if you can tell, this is a city texture pack. It's what we started using years ago. But yeah, I don't know why it looks like Bedrock, because it definitely is. And yes, I definitely have Bedrock. And no, I've never put it in creative mode. I found a way to legitimately get this using redstone machinery and harvested it. So that is a thing you can, I'm going to say can loosely. It's a thing you can do. It's a thing you could do. I'm pretty sure it's probably been patched, but there was a time it was a thing you could do, and I did it. So it's the only way to get Bedrock in a legitimate sense, because they don't want you to have Bedrock, and, well, I have it. You just got to be super careful when you place it, because, screw up, and that's a hard block to move. But this is where you spawn into the world. This is our Wall of Honors board here. This basically just tells you the level of members that there are. We have 4 different levels. I'm not really going to, maybe I'll go over this real fast. I mean, it'll always be here, so people see the beginning of this, they'll understand it all, but once I get to work. There's 4 different levels in this game that we've decided on. Level 1 members, just basically anybody who joins the world for the first time. You're basically a level 1 when you're here, you're like new to the world. You're not really like an ally to the world, and you're not a member of the world. You're just kind of like visiting, so it's what we call level 1. You don't really have access to many things and many people's builds in this world, which again, I'll go over. That's what the rule wall talks about, but level 2, that's where you stepped up. We got a couple players here. One level 2 anyway, and a couple other players. These are all the players that... There's a lot more players that have been in and out of the world. I just basically cleaned up this board, and these are the people that actively still play, and then everybody else has kind of been cleaned up a little bit, because people just come and go all the time, so... Level 2 members, you're basically a member now. You don't need to, have anyone following you around, or, like, you've gained trust at that point. You basically built enough in the world, or did things in the world enough, so that way... you're now part of the world and everything like that, so it's fine, and, we're not as worried about you trolling or stealing stuff and, doing bad things, because trolling's another one of those illegal moves here. Level 3 members in X, 3 is for anyone that basically is a staff member, and then admins, which is basically myself, and then maybe like a couple other people have earned admin level, so that way, we can do anything. We make the rules in the world, because we built it all together, so they have, like... there's a difference between you're like a staff member and you can help me out and you can help like implement things and do stuff and like support me, but like people that make the final decision are always going to be the admins, and we decide how things run in this world because it's our world. So, but that's that anyway, a little short thing there. We'll go over the rules real quick. So rule 1, and they're simple rules because, the game's all about fun. It is a game after all, so we try to, fun is the key here, but we want to make sure that everybody has fun, and trolling and breaking stuff and stealing people's things and doing things is not fun. People don't enjoy that, especially when they put a whole 3 years worth of work into this world like we are. So, there's some basic guidelines, not so much like rules that make the game less fun, just things not to be a trolly douche to people. But rule 1 here, for your first session here, you will have a guide monitor, basically, with you at all times. They'll be helping you, observing you, watching you to make sure you establish yourself here, you earn some trust, and they help guide you, and basically they're the ones that give access to you here. Usually, that's not always the case, but usually the case is that, like, I'll be playing this world and a friend wants to join. Well, if you're my friend, then you're my responsibility, that I am the guide for you. So if somebody brings somebody into this world, then you are their guide, because it's your responsibility, they're your friend, you need to watch them for, a 24-hour shift, or stick with them long enough so that way we know that they can earn their own stuff, make their own keep, they're not trolly, see how they are, their personality, I had a couple people come in here before asking a whole bunch of questions, like, what happens if I steal a bunch of things? What if I broke this? What if okay, well, these are all red flags, and that's what we watch for. If you're asking a lot of bad questions, well, then it's kind of like, you're probably not going to stick around here. Obviously, not all people are that dumb, even if their intent is that, but I mean, that's why we keep an eye on people, and more or less help them get established. We'll get them their own build, or we'll set them up with one of the hotels that we built in the world and stuff like that, and then you can, get going from there. Play however you want to play. It's Minecraft, play how you play Minecraft. You can either join us, or you can go out and do your own thing. Nobody's stopping you. But trolls are not welcome. So, rule 2, no griefing of any kind, 0 tolerance here. This will result in immediate forfeit of anything you have on you, followed by a jail or ban. So basically, if you do anything depending on the crime, let's say you steal something or you do something wrong in some sense, you're probably going to get killed on the spot, and anything you're carrying on you at that point is forfeit. It's going to go right to the admins, whoever decides to obviously off you, and then you lose whatever you have. I mean, depending on how severe the issue is, if you've been stashing stuff in your house or stashing something somewhere, or we just can't find it, then you're probably just going to lose everything. It depends on how severity the crime is or whatever the issue would be. But you definitely have a chance of, if you're stealing from others, then everything you own is forfeit. So you got to be careful with that one. Obviously, again, it's just about reinforcing, don't be a dick here. But and then there's different things from jail or ban. This is basically world spawn, but this is also jail, as you can tell, because once you're in here, there's no getting out. You basically don't have permissions until I, push the start button, go under settings, and give new players permissions anyway, but don't worry, even if you did, you're not getting out of here. It's boxed in. There's bedrock everywhere. The only way you can get out is climbing up, and there's nowhere to climb, and you can't exactly get access to blocks in here, so you just stay in here. You got this nice little shelter here to keep sure. I mean, I don't know these chains. We added these recently, because chains got added to the game, so we put these on here. I don't know how effective they are, but keeping the, what are the flying things? The phantoms out. But, you got a little roof here anyway, so that way you can stay under here, and hopefully the phantoms won't kill you. But if they do, not my problem. You're just going to keep spawning here anyway, so it doesn't matter if you die. But This is a sense of jail. Otherwise, yeah, straight up banning. You're just out of the world. You know, this world is a serious world. You know, I like the things that I built. Other people really like the things that they built, and they all want to keep it. So we don't screw around here when people come to, you know, screwing around with other people's stuff. But fighting is allowed in form of duels, you know, so if both players agree to fighting each other, then, you know, whatever. Obviously, some people do that, so that's fine. You know, I have no problem with that. If I don't agree to fight you, then don't be fucking punching me or punching somebody else if they don't want to get punched. You know, I'm also wearing armor and stuff like that, which is relatively kept up with, but, you know, if I start getting slapped around by you, then I'm taking chip damage and my health and, well, health's not as important, but my armor and stuff like that will take damage, you know. Nobody wants that, so... or at least not if they don't welcome the duel to begin with. But otherwise, damaging player and their equipments and level stealing is, again, strictly enforced, you know, so if you're just killing a player to steal what they have or steal their levels or something like that, obviously that's an issue again. You know, just generally don't be a dick is what all these rules are, more or less. I could just write Rule 1, don't be a dick. That would cover all three of these rules, but... Rule 3, and the final rule that we've come up with so far is lastly here, everyone owns lands and builds. So this is actually, it's a rule, but it's more interesting than that. So everybody owns lands and builds. You can't really per se own a biome. Like, I don't know, I mean, it's up to Chris if he wants. Chris is the crazy boy here, I don't know names. But anyway, I won't use last names, I'm not like that, but I'm always saying people's first names all the time. People always ask me who the hell I'm talking about. It's Crazy Boy. So Crazy Boy has a home in the jungle, and I'm not basically giving him the entire jungle. I mean, it's a big jungle, so other people can build in the jungle, but you just gotta be careful. You don't want to tread on other people's ground. You know, obviously there's a set area where he's built in, and maybe he wants to expand from that. There's always the possibility of wanting to expand, so you can't build, like, as a next-door neighbor. Maybe he wanted to build something there afterwards. Maybe he was planning on putting a farm or something, or a storage unit there, you know, like... So don't build too close to other people, or, you know, again, just talk to him if he's online and be like, hey, is it cool if I build next to you and we live together, because I don't want to be, you know, getting my ass kicked out in the jungle, and I'd rather be with you nearby or something, you know, whatever, you guys can work it out, but more or less you can own land. I mean, if the biome's small enough, maybe I'll even let you own the biome, you know, because there are some islands around here. If you want to just be an island owner, that's fine, or if there's certain things you want to own, you can basically claim it, you slap a sign down, or, you know, let an admin know, pretty much me or somebody else who's online, and we'll come over and we'll sign up your whole place and put signs down on your house, you know, or whatever you live in, so that way we know that's your home specifically, so nobody else can step foot in there unless they are welcomed by you. Everybody gets a mailbox, because again, we avoid going in each other's homes, but if you have something to give to somebody, you can fly over to their house. Everybody's got a mailbox, just store whatever you have for them in there. Things like that, you know, so owning stuff is pretty cool. You can claim your own territory, cut out a piece of land, find somebody where nobody's built. I mean, this thing is infinite. If you decide to fly 10,000 blocks away, I can assure you no one's living out there. So you can live wherever you want to live. You can live in whatever realm you want to live in. You know, if you want to claim an entire biome or a structure, you know, like let's say you're crazy enough and you want to live in the Nether and you want to have a whole... you know, another fortress is yours, that's fine, you can claim it, and then nobody, you know, if I want to make something out of another fortress, I'll have to go find a different one, but that is a thing, so that's how we work that one in. You're basically not allowed to tamper with any of these rules, or tamper with any of these in any way, you know, the rules. The land and builds and stuff like that, permission from the owner, you need, this means no building, adding, or removing anything, so you can't, if somebody's already using a space, you can't build anything there unless they've given you permission to. You can't take anything away from there unless there's permission to. No entering anyone else's homes, again, that's what the mailbox is for. It says right here, everybody should have a mailbox. You know, if you have something to give somebody, just dump it in their mailbox. Unless, of course, again, you were given permission by said person and they trust you and it's fine, you know, whatever. Everything is off limits when the owner is offline. So if he's not online and can't speak for themselves, even if you have permission, if they're not online and didn't say that you could before they logged off, and, you know, I can verify that or somebody else can verify it, it's just off limits altogether. There's no need to go in other people's homes. If they have something of yours, either get them to log in and give it to you, or, again, mailboxes, because, you know, just stepping inside of other people's homes on a he said, she said thing, you know, I can't verify that, so... it's just to be fairness to everybody, you know. And then we got some tips here. Not all this stuff needs to be read. The rules do need to be read for you to gain access right there into the world. Tips don't need... Go ahead. don't think you're working. It doesn't sound like it. Yeah, there's like a 10-second delay, and now it's just blank. Yeah, I'm just hearing myself on YouTube. You're going to have to find your broadcast settings and unmute yourself or make it so that you can share your chat while someone else is broadcasting. Yeah, in case you guys don't know what's going on, he's talking basically. I didn't realize that he wasn't coming through. It doesn't sound like, because I'm watching on my phone still to make sure audio is good, and it doesn't sound like you guys are hearing him talk, but he's telling me something. What were you saying? Yeah, he's just re-elaborating basically on the mailboxes. So basically the same thing, like I was saying, if you have something to give somebody, just drop it off in their mailbox and you guys can pick it up. Make sure you check your mailbox periodically whenever you usually log in and make sure your box is empty, because even if it's not like a friend giving you something they owed you, or like, thanks for the shovel, here's his back, or whatever, like myself or even Crazy Boy or a few other people, we'll be out working on a major project, which we are almost always doing on this server. Oh, that's the reason why we're doing 9 and 9 today, so you're going to see what we're working on. It's taking some time, but I'm going to head back to the nether, and that's where we're working at the moment. But whenever we have like a mass of supplies that we don't want, sometimes, instead of just burning it off in lava or just leaving it to despawn, if it's valuable stuff, like maybe we'll come across like just this stupid amount of quartz or something like that, instead of just getting rid of that, we might just dump it off in other players' mailboxes, So it's like always free stuff we're just kind of like tossing around. Nothing super valuable. I'm not going to go like strip mining for diamonds and then go, I don't need all these, and jump in your mailbox. But, you might find stuff in there once in a while. Or like, for instance, somebody joins the world, a level 1 member, and he starts building a bunch of stuff and then decides, I'd rather go play a different game and I don't like Minecraft. Well, eventually his stuff's going to get liquidated, We're going to go over there and we're going to, like, his building will stand, but we're probably going to empty the whole thing out, make it vacant, so if another player wants to take the house and the build and whatever that he's got over there, they can do that, but we're probably going to take all the supplies and reallocate it between everybody who plays in the world, so we'll take his storage and all his units and everything. If he's not playing here anymore, and now your stuff's just taking up space in my world, so we'll go through all the stuff and take it out and split it up between everybody here, and you might end up more players that come in and out often and don't come back often enough. You're not like required to play all the time whenever we're on, but if you just don't come back in a couple months' time or something like that, we're going to start taking some builds down if I don't want them at all, or if it's a nice build, again, we might leave it up and somebody else might move into the home. Maybe they just have a free house to start with right then and there, and they can take that, but all the supplies is going to be gone. You still pretty much start like you're starting a new world. We're not going to leave the house filled up with storage, so we'll split that between our storage units and other players and whatever. But yeah, so these are the rules. Pretty general stuff, just to make sure everybody has a good time. You read the rules, that's how you gain entry into the world, and then, of course, you'll have your guide here, which will probably be the one that lets you out, and then, they'll show you around the world or walk around with you, or, whatever you're doing for the day, whatever you're building, whatever your goals are to get done when you're first coming into this world, they will basically... They're your support, your assistants. So if you're building a house and you want help building a house, they're going to get you started, for that first day that you're playing, and they're going to be watching you and keeping an eye on you and making sure you're staying on the up and up. But at the same time, they're there to help you. They help you, guide you around, to keep you alive. In theory, they should probably have good weapons if they're inviting new players into the world, so they'll be able to defend you and collect blocks with you, go mining with you, build with you, whatever you want. You got them for a day, so use it while you can. The tip wall is not mandatory to read, but again, it's just helpful stuff, and again, we'll go over this, like, hopefully a little bit more briefly than the rules, because that was 3 rules, and I can't believe it took that long for me to go over. I talk too much, but I guess that's what YouTube's all about anyway. So some of the tips here we got is everyone who joins is allowed your own land, which we already went over. You can claim it, or alternatively, you may be allowed to join any established cities around the server. This isn't a server yet, but we're finishing up a couple things, because once we get it going as a server, hard to say. There's a couple things that aren't going to work anymore. I mean, the game itself, Minecraft will work, but there's things that we do that won't work anymore once it's in server mode, you know. And if I can get it into server mode, because I tried buying a server before and then uploading this world and it just came out blank every time. So I don't know if I'm going to try that again anyway, but that was the goal. I might give that a try again. Maybe Minecraft has finally did some updates and patches to fix all that stuff, but originally it was an issue. So if I can ever get this world with all the builds uploaded, then I'll do that, and it'll be a server. But, you know, for now, we're doing some things that I'd rather get that done before we start the server. But yeah, we'll go over the cities and stuff like that. There's a couple cities around that people have built, and you can join them, you know, if you don't want to start in a starter home, or like, for instance, like now, you can picture I'm joining on a stormy night right now, and I'm just like, all right, here you go, you're in the world, and then you're like, oh, I don't want to go out there, it's dangerous right now. You know, maybe you just want to hop into a city real quick and just kind of squat there for a little while until you get yourself going. Or maybe you want to live there indefinitely. Again, that's a potential option. We'll go over that when I get to the cities. Everyone who joins the world can play freely, has access to any jobs if there's any available. Talk to Craziness. Most of these say that at the end. Speak to Craziness or speak to whoever staff members about stuff like that. So you don't have to have a job. Again, this is just another aspect of the game. It's fun. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. You can do whatever you want. Once you join the world, you can just walk out that door and you can go anywhere you want, build anything you want, and you never have to see any of us or talk to any of us ever again if you didn't want to. If that's the way you want to play, then that's fine. But if you want to be part of it and join stuff, we got some job listings here on the job boards, which I have to add to the cities. Do I have to write that down? I got notes of all these projects I'm working on. I gotta do that. Job boards, so I don't forget. There we go. So that's written down for later, because I had a job board here, but I didn't add them to the cities yet. Like, each city has different jobs, but for here, this is just a general board. You know, so we need builders, or I need builders for sure. Crazy Epona is one of the girls here. She definitely uses building in her city. She'd definitely be happy having other people building over there. We always need diggers and miners, block collections and item collections. I always need that. There's always things like new updates, you know, are going to come out eventually. Mangrove's going to be out and stuff like that. Those are blocks that I haven't collected yet. I got a whole storage unit, and every time they come out with a new biome or a deep dark, for instance, that's stuff I'm not going to have, you know, so people want to go out and collect those things for me and get paid for it, you know. The pay varies on whatever we discuss, because there's no actual, like, set payment. So it's like what you want versus what I want. And if we can make out an agreement, then, you know, there you go. Major projects, those are almost constantly, almost always ongoing. That's pretty much what this whole place is about. When we started this world, we talked about building big and never building small. So you'll probably see a couple things dinky here and there, but for the most part, all the builds have always been over the top. That's what we decided when we started this world. We don't care how much time it takes. We just want to make things that either look good or work efficiently or whatever. But, like, building big is all about what this server was all about. So We've been definitely trying to go big when it comes to everything. So major projects, most things we start usually take weeks to finish, and the one we're working on now apparently takes months to finish. But that's also because I'm slacking. So it's not just really the size of the build. The size of the build is big, but I mean, I'm definitely slacking because the size of the build really kills me in this game. It burns me out pretty fast, but so moving on from that, level restrictions, we went over that briefly, 1, 2, 3, next. You know, new members, this is what they are, new members, trusted members, staff members, admins. Speak to Craziness if you have any questions about that stuff. Basically, the more trust you earn here and the more valuable you are to this place, you know, the more you can move down the line. There's different ways to move up and down the line, so it just kind of depends. When in certain cities it may be posted, the level of access you may need to enter to certain places. I know my city specifically has this, not everyone's city does. But, you know, if they want it to, or if you make a city and you want it to, you can talk to me about it, or you can set up the signs yourself. You know, you don't need me to do that for you. It's your builds. You can absolutely do it the way you want to. But if you want to stay consistent with the way my signs are designed, because some of them have color and some of them are very specific, which again, when I get there, I'll show you. If you want it to be matched, you know, I'll come over and help you set things up and give you, you know, like, not references, what's the word? Give you recommendations of what I think should be off limits or what things should probably be level required. You know, you probably, some things you just don't want to give to a new guy that come in the first time. You know, like if you find a zombie spawner, maybe you don't want to share that with people, you know. But Let's see. And this just goes over that stuff too. It says levels are obtained by logging in over overall time, establishing your own city, being a valued member. You know, there's lots of different ways to level up here. So, but that's that. That's the start world, which took a long time to get through a little box like that. But it's mostly because of all the rules and stuff. But that door always stays locked. People always spawn in here. In theory, you should be relatively safe until somebody lets you out of the box. But moving onward, the first place we ever started building here was Honeywood, which you can follow these paths, because not everybody starts with wings here, but when you get to my city, you will actually start with wings. Still growing, huh? But yeah, so we got signs here to kind of like map some things, at least the major stuff we have things mapped out. So Honeywood off to the left, Atlantis and Hyrule's off to the right. Atlantis doesn't sound as Atlantis as it should. Atlantis, you're probably thinking, oh, underwater. It's not. My Atlantis was before Atlantis sunk into the ocean. This is what it looked like before it was in the water. It's still floating for now, but whatever. I built a bunch of things in the water too, so, you know, just, I don't want to hear it. So moving this way, we'll start where the beginning, everything all started. Do a nice little walk, because I don't walk these paths enough. I'm always flying around. Take all this stuff off. I'm going to regret taking my wings off. You know, I'm going to put them back on because I'm going to fall into something and die, probably. See? Whew, there's me. It's my decorated character from, you know, at least what Bedrock lets us have. We don't get all the fancy things Java has, but this is me, guys. Hello! This is me without armor on. I got my, little mechanical device there, my Pip-Boy on my arm, you know, keep track of all my mechanical ongoings, because half my body's built out of mechanicals. I had a lot of encounters with creepers and explosions and ender dragons and all that kind of stuff. I lost a few limbs along the way, but half of me's still me, and the other half's just, you know, mechanical now. Got my heart monitor to keep my stuff going, you know, do the thing. But anyway, so this is the world so far. I don't really walk this path all too often, but like I said, I fly around a lot, but this, you can follow the paths. I made paths in the world. They're not the greatest, little foot paths, but, you know, they'll get you back and forth if you don't know where you're going anyway. These are great starters to help you get around if you're trying to look for at least, you know, big points of the world. I mean, you start off right next to a mansion, which I wouldn't recommend going to. Maybe I cleared it out by now. I don't think there's any hostels in there, but, I mean, hostels always spawn at mansions anyways. You probably don't have to worry about axes, but, you know. Either way, it's obviously been emptied. You don't want to go over there looking for chests, because I can assure you there's nothing of value probably left in there, unless you want to move into there, which I don't plan on doing anything out of that building, and no one else has talked about it, so I mean, I guess that's optional if you want to live there or do something with it. But. So here's Honeywood. This is the first city this is an actual village that we found almost right away when we obviously came in. You know, spawn point's not that far away, so we didn't do much with this city. We just kind of fancified it, if you want to call that. You know, because of the way these generate are all sloppy sometimes, so we just basically fixed up the buildings, added fences around to try and keep majority of the villagers not dead, so things don't spawn here at nighttime and create havoc, and added some stairs and more paths here and there, kind of have things make a little bit more sense, and fixed up their farms, which apparently they just keep stomping on, so I don't know why I bother. But nothing special really too much here. Some of these people have been trained, you know, especially the ones that are named, I'm pretty sure. John here. They've been trained, so, you know, they have done some trades, so there's some good things here, and these are open to everybody, because this is just Honeywood, you know. People want to trade here, they trade here, but Honeywood is definitely part of one of my builds, so you can't build here, but if you want to build around it or near it, you know, you can do that. If you want to use the villagers, they're open to everybody. Town squares right here. You've got a little bit of the map of the area. So there's the mansion up there. This is the path we came down into Honeywood. This is all of Honeywood, which is actually built on a river, which is kind of interesting. Some of the reasons why I like the village. There's all this over here. Nothing too special. Like I said, trophies are active in this world, so you'll see a lot of different trophies around here. Trophy machines, per se. Like, this one's not so much a machine, but, you know, again, this one's a Star Trader trophy. It's from Pack 15, so if you follow that up there, you're going to find a villager at the top of the world up there that you can trade with and Bam, trophy. So I haven't got a bunch of these down. I've done pack 13, 14, and 15, and a couple random ones from the original actual trophy pack when the game was released itself. But this is one of the things, my projects I'm working on, getting like one of everything made. So that way, anybody who joins and says, I'm missing so-and-so trophies, if they're interested in that stuff, we can help you do that. Because this world will eventually have a way to get every trophy in the game. I've already gotten every trophy in the game, so it's definitely doable in this world. We just haven't really built things to help with that, but we came up with the idea not too long ago, and I was like, yeah, it might not be a bad idea just to have something always in place, so anybody who joins and they need that one thing that's been a pain in the ass, well, you can get it here. But that's one of the things that's built into Honeywood, because we were here when I came up with the idea, so I made it here. Could have made it back at home, but there's a couple of these things are spread all over the world anyway. You can't all have all the trophies in one location. Obviously, half of them are fine biomes and stuff like that, so you just can't have everything in one spot. There is another portal over here. We don't use it too much, but it will take you to where Crazy Boy is now, where I am working on a project today. It's going to be a big project. It's probably not going to be done today. It hasn't been done in a long time, and it probably won't be done today. It'll be closer to done today. It'll be closer every time we work on it, but I feel like this is going to take some time. This is one of those level requirement things, though, so not everybody can use this. And it's stated here, so it's always clear and it's always nearby. If people are like, oh, check that out. Yeah, well, if it's got a sign right next to it saying you can't do it if you're not that level, then you can't use that portal. Portals aren't hard to make. You can definitely go make your own portals. You don't need to use mine. Get your own entrances. You might want to let me know before you put a portal down, because there's quite a few big structures that we're building in the Nether that takes up a lot of space. So building pretty much anywhere on this, the original center map here, might be a problem putting a portal down, because you might actually just end up linking to either one of ours, or you might end up just in one of the builds in a place where you probably don't want to be. But there's a little bit of a mine shaft here that we used to work on. This was the original mine shaft where we first did our original mining when we first came into this world, because we lived in this village for a little while inside of their houses, but since then we've moved out and let Honeywood just kind of do its own thing. We're going to move on pretty quickly from here. There's not really much to show. It's just this average village that we kind of spruced up. Got a cobblestone maker over here. I think still works, hopefully. Sure doesn't. Now, why doesn't it? That one's not triggering. Why is that one not triggering? What is it that used to trigger them, I wonder? I'm talking about my cobblestone maker. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Let's just put that back for now, because obviously that's not working. Let's disable for the moment. I did a patch job on the one back at home. The one at my place works. I forgot what I changed. Obviously something's not getting power to these pistons here, so I'll have to come back and fix that at some point. I think these lights aren't supposed to be down there, which I'm pretty sure they are on, which is why those are powered. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. There was a Cobblestone Generator here. It was one of the first ones I ever found, or ever had made in this world, and there's a couple different variations of cobble machines. I'm sure there's a lot of them online, but there's a couple different variations in this world alone. This is just the first one I ever started with. And you could just mine out here, and then more blocks would just spit out that way, and you just keep mining them. But that's busted for now. I guess we'll have to patch that at some point. Figure out how I patch the other one. I'm sure just move a redstone dust somewhere. It's something simple that I don't remember. This is not the path. This is the city. That's the path that goes out to the mansion. This is the path. Witch hut there, too. 2 generations right next to the city. Well, not really a city. We'll call that a village. Moving on this way. It's the one time I'll ever be walking on this path. You'll ever see me walking around here. I don't really walk around too much. Basically built all this for you guys or anybody who joins, but for me, it's flying. And for you, I'm sure it'll probably be flying eventually too. Most people, once they get wings, don't really walk around too much. As far as exotic stuff goes around here, there's not much. See, that's the world map. So Honeywood's back that way, the mansion's right there. Yes, there's a big grayish red blob out that way. We'll get over to that soon. Got a jungle here. It looks like forest and sort of old hills, mountains before the latest patch, because this all existed, this map in my hand and all, what is that, 6, 7, 8, the 8 that go around this map, right, left, up, down, and all the diagonals, were all made before Claves and Cliffs came out. So this is all like original generation, and then the further out you go from those maps, you start getting the newer generation. So yeah, that's like hills, or that used to be, you know, what hills and mountains looked like over there, I think. Some forests and stuff like that. It's basic generation. A little bit of desert down there in the bottom corner. Jungle here, snow's up north. Also hot. Oh, yeah, so this is interesting. I was telling Crazy Boy the other day because I wasn't sure that there was, but we did just walk by it, I'm pretty sure, anyway. Over there, yeah, you can just barely see it in the distance. So there is another water temple over here. There's 2 water temples right next to where you built. So there's a water temple over here in the... Well, if you look at the map down there, there's kind of like a lake, you know, in that corner right there, surrounded all by land on all sides. So in the center of that, and where the lights are, there's a water temple. Over in this direction over here is another water temple nearby. And there's actually a third one, which is the blue square over there that I already did something with, because that one's mine, but nobody's claimed these other 2 yet. I don't know if Crazy Boy's claiming this one. This is pretty close to his house, and I think he said he wanted something to do with it, but I don't remember. But yeah, so there's a bunch of generations all in this one area. You got a witch, got a mansion, got a water temple there, water temple there, water temple over there. There was a pillager hut that glitched out over in the snow biome. Like, the pillager, it was there when I first made this world, and then one day I turned it on, and it just wasn't. I don't know what happened. Maybe, like, new land generation kicked in, and it did some weird, funky stuff, but the pillager tower's just gone. But pillagers will still spawn in that land over there. Like, there's no building over there, but they'll be there, you know, so it's like a dangerous area to run through in that snow. I don't know why that happened, but there's a lot of weird generations. I think there's another pillager on this map, too, over by the red-gray blobba down there. But there's a lot of generations on this one map originally, which was pretty crazy. Even this, I got a coral biome here, which was also really hard to find originally when they came out. So having like all this stuff on like one map was like, this was a great find when we found this map, because we went searching through maps for days until we finally found one we liked, and this worked out pretty well. There's Crazy Boy's home. Sort of kind of hidden. If you don't look over there, you won't see it, but if you look over there, your house is kind of lit up at nighttime, so it's pretty noticeable. It stands out. You're going to make your house a little bit more green or something, then people won't see your rooftop. The vines actually do help, but you got so many lights that it backlights the house, so it makes all the wood pop. And your roof has no green on it, so maybe if you did a different rooftop color, then your house would like do like a dark oak or something like that. Not like black. Black wouldn't look good. It wouldn't blend with the forest either, but like spruce maybe. Spruce would probably like help it hide in the jungle a little bit better. Heading on over this way, you're going to start running into some of our builds now. Because we haven't built too much. We haven't gone big. That's just Crazy Boy's starter home either, so he doesn't have like a massive build here yet, but that's also because the projects we're working on are relatively big and we haven't had time to really... I have like 12 ongoing projects and he's got about 3 of them, and all of those take way too much time to do anything with, so that's why we haven't built some things. Like, a lot of things are going and a lot of things aren't completed. It's like one thing burns me out, I move to another project and work on that for a couple of days. When that burns me out, I go back to the other one or move on to a third one, or I'm always bouncing around all the time. So he hasn't really worked on his own home. He's just kind of got a treehouse going, and that's just all he needs for now, because I think he spent more time in the Nether than anywhere else. Sometimes I'm not even sure if he knows what the sky looks like out here. So moving on this way is where the path finally hits a fork in the road. Honeywood and World Spawn is off that way, which is where we came from. There is a lighthouse that way, and Atlantis and Hyrule are that way. So for now, we'll stop at the lighthouse since we happen to be here. This was one of Crazy Epona's builds that she decided to put on the water, because I built a yacht not too long ago, which is right over there, which we'll take a look at. It's a pretty cool little yacht. But she wanted to build this to kind of match the whole water theme we were going with. So locking in here, I have to turn it on because this thing always goes off all the time when nobody's around. But coming on up here, if I can do the flick right, I can even get like a good, like an on and like an off. That might have been too fast. Yeah, it's a little bit tighter there. See, it's on both sides of the screen on my TV. Right there, they're both in my TV, and then this one, they're on both sides. It's a little tight, but it's pretty close. Yeah, so you do something like that. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just showing you guys, just to show you it's a working lighthouse. The game doesn't remember when you click things and activate them and have them going and stuff like that, so I have to come back here and like refresh the lights every once in a while. Actually, that looks pretty good. See, but you got the two lights going around at the top of the lighthouse. Doesn't look too great at nighttime because obviously it doesn't put out like a light beam coming off the lighthouse. That'd be pretty cool, but got the little flag there for the lighthouse. Some structures have flags on them. Helps you have these indicators and things like that. So interesting fun fact, this little building here that's mine, it's off limits, is even though I told you stuff didn't generate originally because this was old stuff, but when the world went below 0, it did generate some new things, obviously there, because the whole world had to drop 64 layers. So with that said, if you actually come down here, even though we are in an original world, it has new biome generation here, because we're in -29, because this used to not exist before, you know, in the regular bedrock that was going on, and then they came out with the caves and cliffs, so now with things going deeper, you know, the new generation, these new blocks are here, which also puts in sort of new caves under the ground, I guess under 0. Not a lot is around here, because there is a way to make an x-ray machine where you can kind of like look underground, look around. I think there's actually one in this building up there. But, yeah, we found this geode pretty close to home, actually, which is pretty cool. This is what the geodes look like in the city pack. Moving on up here, I'll see if the x-ray machine still works. I don't think they patched that yet. I haven't used it in a little while. We just used it when the Caves and Cliffs first came out. So this is... Fuck me. Totally didn't just fall back down the hole again. Alright, so floating back up. I'm trying not to walk into the hole. So this is the machine. It's pretty simple. You only need a slab here, a block there with a piston, sticky piston, to push that back and forth. And specifically, you use snow tops, which is interesting. So you go in here with a slab, so it's like a block here, half a block there, and on the lower half is a slab, so it's only a block and a half tall here. But this doesn't do damage to you, because I guess your head's poking out of the ground, maybe? Yeah, so I'm not suffocating, technically, even though the blocks clearly got me squished in here. But then you take this, and you put it on top of the grass now. Boop! Check that out. You can see underground. See, you can see what I was talking about, though. So over here, you got all this regular generation, because this is what the world used to look like originally before, we'll call it before -0, you know? So now they got the negatives, they added beyond that, so now once you hit 0 and go below that, it's going to go further down. It doesn't look like much generated down there at all. It's just solid rock all the way down. But if I didn't have this tunnel in the way, and my feet down here obviously weren't in the way, I could see further below than where I'm standing, and you'd see the geode down there. I think it's how we spotted that. But you kind of check everything out. It helps to have the extra snow blocks. You see the snow layers here. I got them up there, which I guess aren't doing too much. I mean, they are. You can't see through it on this side because that's the way you're looking at it, but over here you can see through it. So that's why I got snow layer, snow layer, snow layer, snow layer all the way around here. Because some people only just put the one on top of your face like we have now here, see? But if you actually put it all around the whole thing and then put it down here, it gives you more field of vision because you can see through these snow layers too. So it kind of like gives you just a little bit more. Otherwise, if I break this now, you'd only be able to see through this. Like if these extra snow layers weren't all the way around right here, then you'd only be able to see through the block that you're on. But there you go. Now you just jump on out of that and resets. You have to break the snow layer to get out here, but that's why we got all the extra ones there. So that's an interesting little machine. That's how you see downward. I actually know another variety of this exact type of machine, but it uses slabs and it helps you see upwards. So let's say if you're really deep in the world, you can build another machine and then you can slab yourself and it'll slab into your head and then you can use that to look around in X-ray vision upward instead of downward. It's just pretty neat. It's two different machines that you can build and it looks like they haven't been patched yet. Now this video's out, they will be, but you think I'm important enough that Mo Yang's going to watch my videos? So I think we're all safe. So moving forward, away from the lighthouse now. Coming up on Hyrule and my city. Hyrule belongs to Epona. That's what she built. You guys probably won't understand where Hyrule came from, but if you do, you'll know why she named it that. Over here is a secret project I'm working on, which for this video, only because I haven't built much in there. So you're not actually missing much. It's just a big empty room because I haven't furnished anything. We've hollowed it out, and that was about it. So that's all you're getting. This is a level X required, so even my staff is not allowed in here. It's admins only. And there is a secret laboratory hidden in this place. And it goes deep down into the world, and yes, it's all built out of bedrock, so even if you're like, oh, it's fine, I won't take the door, I'll just dig down through the mountain and I'll get in there anyway. No, you can't. Literally what you're looking at is the only entrance into the laboratory, because this whole thing is built out of bedrock. You can't mine into this place if you wanted to. And it's just deep, dark secrets in there. Nobody will ever know what's in there. It's a secret. If you get really trusted and you maybe get on my good side or my evil side, I don't know, maybe it's a dark evil laboratory. You don't know. Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody's ever been in there. But, you know, if you ever do something and I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're that guy or you're that girl, then maybe you'll be able to see what's in there one day. But for now, that's staying a secret. Moving on this way, we'll check out Epona's first, and then we'll hit Atlantis. Atlantis was the first thing we built. We all built that sort of together. Crazy Boy popped in and out here and there. Bill was definitely one of my builders at the time. King Bill. Epona was for a while. She definitely helped with a lot of the buildings, and then she split off and decided, just like you guys could, if you want to live there for a while, you can, but then she decided to make her own city. Boom. Yeah, you should be able to just tap your share button, I think, and then your options will come up in there, like your share options, and they'll say, like, share my voice or something like that while people are streaming. It's not hard to find it. That's what I did. I had to go through mine to activate it, because when we first started this, I was doing the testing. I wasn't actually picking up my own voice, so I had to go through my options to turn the mute off, because it's apparently defaulted to mute. So this is Epona's home. I'm not going to go into her builds, even though I'm an admin and I have access whether or not you give it to me. But, again, I will respect everybody's space. If she wants to show you around, she can. This is her home. I can kind of do a peeping Tom thing here and totally just, check it through the windows here. But nobody's in there. And you can kind of see, I think that's like her workroom there. And here's her, apparently hallway, her main entrance. Stairway, I think, is in there. That's the bathroom, I think. That's got all the curtains on it. Some of the other stuff, I don't know. You have to talk to her. When she's on, if you want to see what she's got, you can see what she's got. She decided to build her whole place. I didn't know she took up the trees here. Interesting. Maybe she's doing something. Last time I was here, there were a lot of trees over in this area, but I guess she wiped them all out. She built everything out of moss because I don't know where it is. Do these? Okay, I don't break them, which is good. It's somewhere around here. Let's do. I think there's another one. So, I put it right there. Somewhere around here. Where is it? Well, anybody who's played Minecraft knows what I'm looking for. There we go. There's lights here. And instead of having candles all over the place, which makes it look ugly, obviously she has them on the walls, but, you know, putting lights on the ground is how you keep mob spawns from spawning. But then when you do that, you know, so that way there's no candle there anymore, when you put this down, it doesn't look that great against grass anyway. So she decided to, well, she decided to, and then I did the work and terraformed her entire land here into a mossy grass. So it still looks grassy, and I think, you know, in some cases it looks better, because now you don't got the dirt on the side of the blocks when you're looking at it like that. It just looks like it's all grass hills. So you got all that grass going for you, but there's quite frequently lights underneath the grass all over the place here, so this will prevent mob spawning, because, again, you won't see mob spawning right now. Mobs are off, because, like I said, he's working in the nether at the moment, and just having to deal with fighting all the time while trying to build a couple week-long project is a pain in the ass. When the nether project's done, mobs are going back on, and they will be on indefinitely. They're never going to go off again, because we're going to start building machines that use, you know, hostile mobs, so obviously turning mobs back off after that would destroy all the machines. But for now, you know, we're not building those machines. We haven't had an iron farm and things like that. You guys know if you play Minecraft, so we don't have any of that going because we don't have hostile on at the moment. But when we finish another project, then that's when all the hostile stuff will be on. But people are trying to make their cities, you know, mob-free zones, or at least so far the cities that are built are mob-free zones. This is her mine shaft here, so I'm not going to go in there either, but that's where she does all her mining for all her resources. You actually saw part of it when we were x-raying over here. If you don't believe me, you can just rewind and check the video back. But all that tunneling system, like it looked like a big blob of mess over here, that's probably attached to this. You know, it was like you could see through everything because it's pretty thick with blocks everywhere. It's not a lot of caves underground, but the giant blob of caves you saw over in this direction is most likely her mines. This is where she gets her resources for all of her building. I guess this is her little bee area. Oh, by the way, so these are what mailboxes look like. They're on posts. Everybody's... Oh, and I put that in there. There's a double-sized chest. It says person's mailbox right there. So if you're like, I have stuff for her, or for whoever, so-and-so, you find their mailbox, you find their stuff, dump stuff in. Also states clearly whose home it is on the houses, so that way you know, all right, I need this person's permission to go inside or whatever, or there's this person's thing if you want to drop stuff off. Make sure everything's really clear here, so that way anyone who joins, you know, I mean, if you want to ask, you can definitely, if you have questions, ask, but if you don't, you know, it's stated clearly, so you don't have to ask them questions all the time. You know, if you're just there and you're standing there and you want to ask whose home it is, you could just, there you go, you just read it. Things should be posted clearly, so that way players will know when they're going into places. This is another one of her entrances into mines. I'm pretty sure there's a spawner down there. See, it's actually hidden in, because again, I helped her build it. This right here isn't just patio. This is mossy cobblestone. We did use this for decoration. This one is not for decoration. There's literally, this is the rooftop to a mob spawner. It was spawned that close to the surface that we found this exposed, and we're like, all right, so we'll just build a thing out of that. So she built her house here, because this will always keep the spawner activated while she's not. If she had it like an AFK killer, then this thing would be like harvesting stuff for her all the time. But I'm pretty sure she used it for experience too, so it's not actually AFKing. It's not doing anything with her in the area. So this is just for looks, and it all looks like it's just for looks like a patio, but this is actually covering, the reason why we built it this way is because this is a rooftop to a spawner. That's how close it is spawned to the surface, which was pretty cool, so that was a good find. And then we just added all this in for decoration. This is one of her builds she's working on. I will go in this one because I know there's nothing here. This is what she's working on. I don't know if she's turning this into something. Maybe there's a sign outside that tells us what it's all about or not. Hang on a second. I hear my kid making noise. I'm going to have to keep taking pauses every once in a while, but it's going to be a quick, brief pause. Just give me like 20 seconds. Alright, I'm back. So, basically, I don't know what she's doing with this or anything like that, but I try not to take too many pauses like that, but unfortunately, guys, I do have a life and kids and stuff like that. I gotta, priorities. But yeah, so this is just what I guess one of the things that she's working on. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that's... that was not... I thought it was on the lower deck. I guess I went upstairs. So there's that. She doesn't have a poster here, what she's making. So I don't know. People can maybe move into this, I guess, if they join the world, or maybe she's building something out of that. I don't know. This is one of her gazebos, which is one of... A snake? Yeah. All right. Go watch the show. Go eat. You didn't eat your breakfast either. Go eat. But this is one of her gazebos. This is like one of her, like... This is like a very Epona thing to do. Every time I had a world or any of these worlds she ever joins, she always seems to make a gazebo. I don't know why. It's a different one every time, but she's just gazebos. I don't know. Every time. Beacons, that gives you full powers. You'll find that in her city and in mine. You got walls all the way around that cover the entire city. For her little defenses, not much for offense around here, but again, see, now that it being nighttime, it doesn't look like it's really bright out here, because, I mean, it does look bright out here. It doesn't look like there's many lights out here, but they're all on the ground, like I just told you. So, for the most part, and especially with the new update that came out with, they have to spawn an absolute 0 now, instead of just 7 or 6 or 4, or whatever it was before, so now it's like... should be safe relatively, because you can see it's all lit up. It doesn't look like there's lights around here, but they're everywhere, so this place is a beacon at nighttime. This is another build she's working on. I think she finished that one. I don't know. She never furnished it, so I don't know what she is doing with that. Either that's the home, because it looked like the other one said her brewing house or something, so maybe this is like her living house, or maybe she's just making a farm or something else. I don't know. This is the next project she's working on. Again, I don't know if she's doing something with this house, or maybe she's making it in case new players come along and they want to live in a house, and, she's got like a starter home. It's kind of like real life, moving in, it's a big empty home, you put your furnishings in, you put your stuff in, and build whatever you want out of whatever rooms, and store things, and then when you move out, you take all your crap with you, and the next person can move in. That was the idea. I don't know if she's doing that with some of these homes, all these homes, none of the homes. You'd have to talk to her to figure it out. Here's the wall. Let's try not to destroy your crops. So, Hyrule Village. For now, it's pretty small. We'll do a flyover. But she plans to, eventually, once this is all full, which is happening quickly because these builds are not small builds. I mean, they're not all like giant mansions, but they are, mansion size. We're not going small in this game. She's planning on, once this is all full up, she wants to expand, because originally she had a wall that went all the way around the water's edge, over where that is, the tower there, and even covered the field, and it went around that city over there, because there's a villager city off the map. We're off map right now. Well, I might be on the map right now, maybe just on the edge of the map. But just moving over here a little bit, I'm pretty sure I'll go off map at some point. But yeah, so out that way, she's planning on expanding at some point. So every time this place gets full up, she's just going to knock the wall down here, She'll probably take like this little U-turn out, and then she'll like push it out that way, and maybe push it out that way, and get more builds. I'm pretty sure she might even start expanding in this direction first, because I think she wants to encase that town into the city, but... we'll see. I'm not helping her with that. I've done enough here. I terraformed her land for her, and I built these walls for her. And we do that. We'll help each other out, even when you're here. If we get new people, we help them out, Always, if we're not doing something else, we'll help out, but it's just... It's a lot, So I got plenty of my own projects going. It's hard to keep coming over here and helping her expand. I kind of got her started, and, she's safe in here, but, moving forward... I don't know if those over there are slabbed roofs or not. She might want to worry about that spot. Same thing up here. If it's not all glass up here, it looks like there's some wood exposed. Mobs might actually spawn on her rooftops. So she's going to have to re-go through her rooftops because there's some dark spots there. They don't spawn on leaves, and I don't see any wood exposed. So the ground's covered. You just got to worry about them roofs. But yeah, so I don't know. That's that anyway. So moving on. She planned on covering all this. I guess she's starting something over here. Holy shit. I think I saw this last time. I don't know what she's doing with this. Just expanding the city, maybe. But Again, when she's online, you know, you could talk to her about it if you ever played in the world, or if we stream again and she's on. Moving back over here where we started, that's Hyrule. There's a secret. You'll never know what that is. Maybe one day you'll know what that is. But I ain't telling you. You just got to find out. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Depends how much I trust you. But, moving on. Over here is our music maker, more or less, music farm. So this is a fancy design I came up with. I know there's a lot of things you can Google and YouTube and whatever the stuff. And some things we do YouTube because I'm redstone adequate. We'll go with that. I'm redstone adept, but I am no redstone expert. So I can build, I understand how redstone works. I know how power is produced. You know, I know how wiring and all that stuff works. I get that. But as far as going like crazy and building like a supercomputer, I can't do that. I know you can do that in these games. I can't build a supercomputer. I'm not that smart. But simple things, I like to try and get my own builds and get my own designs. So this is one of my own designs, which the fox is showing us how it works. But, well, not work, because he's only 1 block tall, so he can get out of it. But basically what you do when mobs are on, and I've used this a plenty of times, it's probably not the most efficient way, and I thought even about making a secondary one, but I mean, I don't really collect music that much. So it's like, it fell down the list of priorities. It's not as high as it used to be, because there's so many things I gotta work on. But when mobs were on anyway, it works well enough because I've gotten every music from using this farm. So you get your creeper, and in this case strays, because skeletons don't spawn out here. It's all cold biome, so you get a bunch of strays, but it'll work the same. You probably want to lock in a creeper first. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I suppose if you locked in a skeleton first, you know, then you just have to worry about getting creeper after creeper after creeper in. Get all these things open here so you have access to everything. Just make sure you walk around the edges so you don't get trapped like that. So you lure them in basically, you know, kind of like over here, and I got something following me, and I just kind of like keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, and then as soon as he gets trapped, whether it's a creeper or a skeleton, because even when a creeper gets that close, he'll be on that before he starts to explode, and if you cut off his field of view, which is what the door's here for, and once he steps on that, of course, he'll be trapped. Can't get out of that now that he's got the pressure plate down, so you go tss, and then you go doop, and close the door as to stop him from blowing up. It cuts off his field of vision. You can shut all these, and now he's secured and safe. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Go get your stray, do the same thing on this end, get him to walk in there, get him trapped on his pressure plate, and then simple enough, you just drop all of these so that way everything's open. You can open the 2 doors, and then stand back here on this half slab, so that way when this is depressed over here by his creeper, you know, it'll be up. His head will be right about this area, so you drop down on that slab so that the skeleton doesn't hit the ceiling here, and more or less will be more accurate with you being down a half slab, and you'll beam the creeper every time, and then the creeper dies, go get you another one, go get another creeper, bring him in, and just keep doing the cycle over and over. You can get some music there. Got a guy I trapped down here a long time ago. I don't remember how or why he's there. I don't know if there's anything special about him. What's your deal, guy? I don't know why he's here. He doesn't have a name. He's just here. I think he followed us one time while I was building out here and went into the hole, and I just didn't care enough to get him out, so he lives there now. Or maybe he was a zombie villager and we put him down there. I don't really remember. But this is a zombie villager. Same concept. You get a zombie villager trapped in here. That will keep him safe from the sunlight. He's locked in there. You just cure him there, and once he's free, you can just pop him out and... There's a lot of zombie villagers and all sorts of things that we were finding out here when I was using this farm originally, so that's why that's there. We got the snow farm, or powder snow collector over here, which I'm pretty sure is all full up. Yeah, so this is a bunch of extra ones here, because I don't care about making any more. I think there's so much buckets, I don't know what to do with them. The farmland we only put there so that way things weren't in the way. It's a lot easier to go through this than try to climb snowy mountains, because we're here so much, and you can tell by the amount of snow that has fallen, because almost all of these are blocks now, because working in the laboratory and stuff like that, like if we go far away and you look at the snow biome, you know, it's relatively normal and nice out here. Like, to see all this is nice to travel through, but when you come into the places where we're always at, she's always here all the time, and I'm always there all the time, it's just like snow galore over here. And then it made it more of a problem trying to get things lured in with all that stuff, so we just started converting everything to like farmland, so that way snow can't fall on all the hay and stuff like that, and it makes it a little bit safer to travel through, but I mean things can still spawn there, so I mean it doesn't make it like mob-proofed or anything, it's just easier to walk through and manage. Up here's another one of the trophy things, because you guys are probably wondering when I pointed this out a while ago, why the hell this thing's just up in the air again. It's like the other one, but it's not a trader one. The other one's a trader one. This is the Caves and Cliffs trophy, so being at the top of the world, climbing all the way up there, and falling all the way to the base of the world, which... I think you can see the water down there. I was going to say, it's so far away it doesn't even look like it's generated, but yeah, there's like a water spot down there you can pop into, so go up to the top, all the way down from the top of the world build height down to the bedrock, and that's a trophy, so that's why that's there, it's just the tube. This over here is my ice farm. A lot of people don't know you can farm ice, and it's funny, because it doesn't need to be... I mean, it's automatic. Like, this is definitely, like, operated, because the way anyone knows water sources work, by diagonals, if you have one here, and you break this one, it makes it a water source. You know, so you can break as many as you want. Well, in this case, they're all going to turn into water sources, because I'm not using silk. But if I do this, and I silk them all, I go, oh, well, that's not going to work, because that's not a water source anymore. Yeah, but that's because you got to break it out in a square pattern. Because once all the water sources hit each other, it'll reset everything. See, there you go, making them all water sources again. Because any water source diagonal from another water source turns it into a water source. And as long as you build it exactly like this, where the roof is, see why it's got like dot, 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 and right above it's got the same roof pattern. Because as long as this is here above the sky, I don't know if it has to do with the sky or the sun or what it has to do with, but having a roof over it means this can never turn to ice. And as long as you break every ice block in here, it'll re-water source it up by using the whole diagonal pattern right here. So you can mine all this out, and then come back later and it'll all be frozen again except for these middle ones, and they can mine it all out again. So it's not hard to actually harvest ice. People don't know that you can harvest ice. Or, I mean, you can harvest ice pretty easily just going around the world, but I mean, you can build a simple thing like this at home and 0 redstone raw. I mean, you don't even have to use obsidian. I just did this because that's what I had at the time on me when I was probably building that over there. So, but yeah, you can take all that, build it up. Got all this thing, and I built it so that's on one layer, so you're not like swimming in the water afterward. I mean, I guess you will be once all these are everywhere, but it's only 1 block tall, so you can just mine it all out, come back later, it'll all be frozen over again, and you get a bunch of ice. Moving on to the grand adventure finally. The grand walkway here into Atlantis. The floating Atlantis, because this city hasn't sunken yet. Speaking of floating, I gotta fix that thing. It looks ugly as hell up there. That was a very first, world first mob grinder where everything can just spawn in one room and then come down. It's not very efficient because you can see just by looking at it clearly it's only one floor for them to spawn on. Like I didn't make like a honeycomb or honey hive comb thing out of it and make it really tall, make it super efficient. We were just, it was like a test of concept which worked, and then we never finished it from there. I haven't got my little AFK box down below over there, but I'll show you that too. It's just, it's an ugly thing. It's either got to go or it needs an update. It's not efficient anymore for sure. Moving on, finally, in Atlantis, the great jewel of Atlantis and the great gates of Atlantis. Over here's the portal room, which we will be going into not too long from now, because Crazy Boy's doing all the work right now, and I'm not doing anything. I feel like he probably thinks I'm slacking off, because now I'm doing this instead of working today, when he's probably like, this piece of fucking crap. But
I would say a few things, but I'm live now, or I should be.
Alright, let's see if you are. Oh yeah, you are live now. Yeah, you can speak now. I can hear you on the YouTube. So now when you have input, that's not bad. You can input.
I won't be talking about it.
So he's like, I'm gonna be muted for the rest of the stream for 9 hours. 10 hours, whatever, I don't know how long we're on. But yeah, we'll go in there in a bit. That's just my nether portal, little designed room, which also is going to be revamped and removed, because you'll see when I go in there, this whole thing, the inside, the secondary portal of this in the nether is actually going to get wiped out. It's in the way of where we're building right now, so actually all this is going to get removed, and I'm going to have to move my nether portal entirely, and when we get to that point, this room will be gone, and the nether on the other side, it'll have to get all wiped out as well. So moving into my city, You are now entering a mob-free zone. It damn well better be. But if not, if mobs are found in the city, please report it immediately, what mob it is and where it is. It's very, very important that you do that if you're ever in my city, because I need to know if there's a mob in a certain place, and it's like, you might not know where it spawned, but if you're like, holy shit, there's a mob in that room over there, whether it's a creeper or something else, I need to know that, because creepers are definitely the big deal here, but if it could be even a zombie or anything, that means I've done something wrong in this city where, if you haven't noticed, my whole city is built on slabs. It is impossible for anything to spawn in this city because it's built on slabs. And so if you don't see lights, you'll see slabs everywhere. And if you don't see slabs, you'll see lights. So this is a mob-free zone. The reason why it's built out into the ocean like this is because as soon as you get this far away from land, nothing's going to follow you down this bridge. Nothing's going to obviously see you from that far away. And out here, you are not going to find anything out here. As long as you're sleeping, you won't get phantomed at night. But other than that, you aren't going to find anything in this city. You shouldn't find it. If it's a problem, you'll get rewarded for finding it, because then, of course, I have to now go fix that issue, whatever that problem is, and figure out why they're getting into the city. But other than that, this is a mob-proof zone and will always be. This is the whole reason why we built this city. So if that happens, then, yep, you guys are my supervisors, everyone, even level 1s, you're all my supervisors, and if you find it, I will reward you with something that you want, of course, we'll discuss it, and I will figure out how they're getting in the city and take care of that. Because that is an issue. But this, for now, as far as I know, and we've done some tests, it is a mob-free zone. Where we first started here, you can imagine, this whole plate was built first. So I'll fly up, do an overhead view. Whole square was built out first, and then we went from the square and we built off the square and built everything else. We got the land down, and then we started building all of our builds. Fun facts, and I'm not going to open every one of these, or I'm going to be here for like 10 more hours talking. All these podiums that you see near things, in my city specifically, if other people do this, that's up to them. I'm not doing it in their cities. But in my cities, some things have actually been cataloged and logged. So like this right here. This is the heart of the city. And this talks about it, saying heart of the city. Heart of the city was the founding piece constructed by Krazys after the construction of the island, which is what we're standing on, aka the Great Platform. And is now known as Atlantis. The island took 1 week to gather resources and to construct, using over 20,800 blocks. Yes, that's a real number. I've done the math. If you look at and count the blocks from that end all the way to that end, and that end all the way to that end, and do the multiplying like anyone can, that's really how many you used, which is fun facts, because that's why we kind of like started doing the podiums. I haven't actually kept up with it. Some of the newer builds don't have podiums to them anymore, which I should redo that again. I obviously can't figure out some of the things. I mean, I guess I could probably like count and figure out some of the builds now, but we did this originally at the beginning. It'd be cool just to log our stuff, we thought, so we always have this. We can always look back on it. It's how many blocks it took. And, in some cases, if you're reading in here more and more, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but if you guys want to pause it, you can read it yourselves. It's constructing land, it's part of the city of power, gives you night vision, all the different things, all different abilities. It says, constructed by Krazys, the island was a concept designed by Krazys and built by me and Epona. The building that houses the heart was designed by Crazy Epona, so all this is designed by her. She kind of did a little bit of the features around here because she has like thing with decorating. You already seen her gazebo, so this is all here is all decorated by her too. I'll go over a couple things here and there. I'm not going to go over. I mean, I'll show you all the builds, but I'm not going to go like in each book. Maybe I'll open them and you guys can pause and read if you want to pause and read them, but. This right here is a jumper. If you have wings, just walk on it, jump, and it kind of gets you a quick deploy. Some people have a hard time just getting like a double jump in the air and doing a glide. I don't know why. Maybe it's like a host thing because it works clear for me, but I guess some people that join that aren't hosts obviously don't have, that little lag. So sometimes doing a double jump into wings is hard. So get one of these, gets you into your wings, and then you can just start going from there and flying and gliding and using your tridents or your wings. You'll see some of these jump pads around the city. It's a quick little boost into the air. So one of the first things we built when we came in here, well, really is everything. Oh, Crazy Opponent just joined. Let me see. I think I can hopefully invite her without ending the broadcast, because there's a chat lobby going on, so I don't know. Let me see if I get... If it cuts it off, I'll restart the broadcast, but hopefully it doesn't cut it off. Let's see. Alright, that's good. I'm actually watching my broadcast on my phone on my side here, too, so I can always hear myself and see what's going on in case anything happens. Which is good, because it didn't show you all the menus I was just going through in my PlayStation menu. You guys don't need to see that. Some things can stay private here, but... But now I've got her in the chat lobby. Do you hear me? Alright, if you want your voice broadcasted too, you're going to have to hit your share button and go into your settings and make sure that you have your audio sharing with people who are broadcasting like Chris did. I'm assuming that's what Chris did to fix his, so that's what you'd have to do to fix yours. Because I don't hear you coming over the YouTube. And if you do start talking, obviously, like you just said, we're broadcasting, so don't be saying things you shouldn't say. We don't know, it's all Minecraft talk here, and no bad. But anyway, so the first things we built in this city was a little bit of everything. I don't know where to start. We'll just start here at the beginning. So this is the this is the factory. God, I'm lost in my own city. Disappointed in myself. Oops, somebody said hello. Hello, how are you doing? So, oh God, I'm getting turned around. So here's the factory. I said I'm not going to read each one of these books, but we got the factory here was built on 7119. Says by who. It's only 2 pages there. I'll open the farmhouse one real quick too, so you guys can, if you want to pause it and read it, you can.
You hear me now?
I hear you on my controller. Let's see if I hear you on the video. Yep, I do hear you on the video. So you're coming over, you're broadcasting, so just don't be saying bad things. This is a nice place here.
Hello.
So this is the farm. You can read the book if you want to read the book. I've been pausing there for a little while. It shows who made it, when it was made. We tried to get who did it, when it was built, and how many blocks it took. This building alone took over 7,600 blocks to make. 7,600, is that right? 7,600. So yeah, 76,000, 7,600. Honestly, since then, it's actually been more, because that's probably when I wrote this book, and we've expanded on the building by adding another floor to it, and a lot more machines in the building, which we'll get into. So 76 is what it took to make the building and some of the stuff in the building, but it's definitely been increased since then for sure. I know that for sure. So this is my factory. It's off limits again, for the most part, at least you gotta be level 2 to get in here, because again, these are like some of my private things here, If you're trusted, you can use my stuff, but if not, again, it's Minecraft, get your own stuff. Just like everybody does. This is my personal factory where me and my members are allowed to come and use stuff if they want to. Got some of the supplies here, whatever is getting smelted. Big super smelter. Well, I call it a super smelter. It's a super smelter in this world, but it's not like a real super smelter. But that's that. I got some regular furnaces here, because we have a double stack. Sometimes you cook, cobblestone, and then you can cobblestone into regular stone, and then into blocks and stuff like that. So we have like a double smelter there. We got some smokers and crap there. Some of the designs we come up with. So this is where we got the Honeywood sign. I didn't show you guys when we were in Honeywood, but that's the Honeywood sign. Some other basic ones. That's the Atlantis one. These are some of the Mob Farm ones. This is the Ender Dragon one. Hyrule one is there, which you might have seen in hers, because we did stop at the main gate, but I didn't point it out. Craziness Tower has that one there. We got the lighthouse. So like all the cool designs here. If we ever get the fancy stuff Java has, where you can like take a map in your hand and then you can click on a sign and then ta-da, it's on your map, which is a really cool feature that I'm glad we totally don't have. Or like taking this design here, which is why I made that one, because I want that to be my shield pattern, but we can't do that in Bedrock yet, so... But if that ever happens, and that day finally comes, then we can take all these things and, we can start tagging up the signs so you'll be able to see where things are on the maps on the world, and, people can decorate their shields. Here's my storage unit. So the top row has this, the bottom row has this. This is fully automated, so I can take pretty much anything out of any of these boxes here. Pretty much anything on any of these boxes, but all these things in the top row, any of them. I can grab any of these blocks, any assortment I want. dump it into here. It goes through the system in the back here, that looks more complicated than it is, especially if you're not good with redstone. You guys are probably like, what the hell am I looking at? But this is just a simple setup. It actually doesn't take too much. These just lock hoppers and unlock hoppers. This just sees how much is in the hopper, like in this case. This is maxed out. So as soon as an extra dirt block goes in here, because it stops at 41, you always lose 41 of whatever product you're putting into a sorter. But then after that, it'll start, going through the system. And as it goes and powers all the way down, it'll turn this off, unlocking the hopper, and it'll feed in there. So you can go out and mine for days and do whatever you want to do in the world, and when you come back, you just open this up, drop a bunch of materials in here, feeds through the system, and then all these... Get out of here. God! By the way, if you see llamas in my city, they're not welcome at all. I know some people might be like, oh my god, I love llamas, but not in Atlantis. We don't love llamas here because the wandering trader comes all the time, and he never takes them with him when he leaves. He just, abandons them here. He's like, oh, you don't want to buy my stuff? And then he just dumps his llamas off, and then, my mob cap's getting soaked up by, 74 llamas walking around my city. But, so anyway, you just feed whatever you want. You can just open this up, dump all different types of blocks in here. Like this, for instance, watch this. Ice I have on me right now. So we'll dump ice in there. Ice is going through the system. It's going to land over here, and you'll see it start filling up when it gets around because it's got to filter through. Unless it went through already, which would be really fast. I don't know if it beat me over here. Oh, there it goes. See? So it's just filtering through the system. It's doing a block check every time. It's making sure, because I put ice in there, right? So it's going to go, that's not ice, that's not ice, that's not ice, that's not ice. And it does that all the way down the line until it goes, oh, that one's ice. And then it fills in here, see? And now we got 60 more in there because I just dumped the ice blocks in. So I can take anything I found out in the world and feed it into the system, which will feed it all into all my chests. Or if I'm lazy, I can just come over here and just manually put them in my chests and do whatever I want. So here's some of the machines. There's actually more space. I'll get upstairs first real quick, because upstairs is pretty empty. This is the expansion since all the new stuff came out. So when all the new blocks came out, they added, the water stuff and everything, right? So you got concrete was added into the game, because this world's been around for a few years. So when concrete got added to the game, we made space for concrete. Coral got added in the game, they did the water stuff, so we added that. Then they redid the terracotta, which used to be called something else. I can't remember the name of it. But they called it terracotta, and they changed it, and so we added that. And now they have all the bastions and all the other stuff, the nether update. You can actually see the updates as you walk down my wall. Go, oh, there's the update, there's the water update, there's the nether update. Oh, there's the amethyst update, and I haven't actually gotten the new blocks, because I have to now build this machine again. Oh. Well, you're cool, too. You're more cooler than me, probably, so... But I appreciate the compliment. People are commenting in case my other players here, my players on my world can hear me, but just letting them know. And do the mangrove next? Yeah, I'm going to, for sure. So that's what this space is over here for. I'm basically going to rebuild this machine on this wall now. It's the same one that's downstairs. It's just up here. I got to expand out this way, and I'll have to put new blocks in for all the ones I haven't actually collected for caves and cliffs, and then the mangrove, then the deep dark. Every time new stuff comes out, we definitely do keep it in supply here for sure. We try to make this city self-sufficient, which I'm going to get to is really cool actually. You guys are going to be like, that's a pretty cool idea, because of course, if you want to leave the city, play the game, do the stuff, you can do whatever you want to do. It's Minecraft, play how you want to play, but we made it so this city is self-sufficient. You could literally stay in the city and never have to leave it. All the food you can get is here, all the resources you can get in here, everything's renewable.
Heather.
That's fine.
While he's doing his tutorial.
I appreciate the comments anyway. I'll try to keep up with them as I can.
Yes,
I got a couple. They come up on my TV screen because that's, again, I'm broadcasting on PlayStation. I'm not on computer, so it gives me the last thing I saw you write is because you were eating, I'm guessing, and that's about as much text as it shows me. So if you write more than that, I can't read it because it shows me snippets. But I'll try to keep up with you guys. If you have questions, I'll answer whatever I have along the way. But yeah, there's my yacht. Now you guys aren't seeing the backside of it. We'll get there too. But yeah, so everything's self-sufficient in this city. All the resources are here. So let's go over some of the machines. PlayStations are cool. They are indeed cool. This is why I haven't moved over to PC. Everybody's on PC doing all that, and everybody's... Can you mute it if you're not? But yeah, everybody's on PC, so that way I guess, they got all that mods and all the cool stuff, all the fancy things are on PC. And I understand that. I accept that. It is fancy on the PC. But I've always been Sony. I've loved Sony. I've been on PlayStation my whole life. I want to keep, there's so many YouTubers out there that do the PC thing. I want to be the guy that does the PlayStation thing. I don't know how many PlayStation people are. But, so that PlayStation's going to be my thing. I'm not going to move to PC. I'm never going to trade out that. Oh, hang on. Did I lose audio? Oh, there it is. Okay. It just has a delay. Alright, so yeah, this is the basalt generator that I've made. Pretty simple, basic one. You just pop all these out. Lava goes, pop it out. And you can just sit here and just hold down the trigger and just go, 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 go. Which will get eaten up by minecarts down here and placed in nowhere. Where are they all going? Are they just going into here? I think they're going in here. We gotta fix this thing. We put a bunch of hoppers down here, but we didn't connect it to the chest, so it's not going anywhere. Oh my god, see, this is why
again.
I know, I shouldn't have actually gone through, check out my world thing here. I mean, I'm gonna get to work here eventually and start helping Crazy Boy out.
Checklist, write it down.
Yeah, because we got a lot of things to do, but now that I'm actually showing you guys the world, I'm seeing a lot of things that aren't actually finished. This thing's busted too, because it's not going into any. I mean, it's collecting, it's working fine. So I should... mining it out, it's either going into my stuff or it's going into other things, but it's not going into the chest.
I am at TNT is in every dispenser. Now I just gotta route it to what we want. So
let me just dump this in here. I don't want to carry it. Oh, that's good. Moving onward. So I told you there are different Cobblestone Generators. This is also one of them. Netflix, yeah. So this is one of the other ones. So this one's the same thing. I think this is Crazy Boy's design. It doesn't say here. Probably says here.
On one side, water on the other. 5 blocks deep with a...
Yep, Architect Crazy Boy. So this is his design. He came up with his cobblestone maker, which I think... mute your ears for a second, Crazy Boy. Just go, can't hear you when you can't hear me.
Sure.
Okay, he can't hear me right now. So I think his design's better than mine. But I'll never tell him that. But this one you just mine out this way. And it does the same thing like mine does, but it goes broken.
Is it broken?
Oh no, it stopped triggering for some reason.
Oh, we probably gotta fix the redstone on the top. Son of a biscuit.
Let me see if I can re-trigger it by triggering your... Did that just... I think I just lost the glass. Oh, did I break the glass? Damn me. I'll fix it. There's glass right over here. I think I just need to trigger the observer because I don't think the observer caught the update.
Oh, that might be. And then as it's on its circuit, you can.
Like I said, I'm pretty good with redstone, so I understand how redstone works. I think that was the problem. So when I do this, yeah, it'll fix. So it's not really the machine's fault. It's just my my mining is way too quick that it wasn't even picking up the block change. But maybe that thing could probably use an update too. We haven't actually used these machines in our lab here too much, so they're here, but we don't really go to them too often because we have the resources now, and we haven't been building with this stuff, so we haven't come here long enough to use it.
Well, the factory is just a spot where we put all the machineries to display and use occasionally when we need to.
This thing keeps getting clogged up, but this is my automatic generator here. So what we got in here, if they're not dead... No, it's still in there. So we got a bunch of chickens boxed in there. This used to work pretty efficiently before, but now it gets clogged all the time. Oops. But as chickens lay eggs, they get popped in there, which will pop them out there, which looks terrible. God, one of those eggs must have popped 8 chickens. I think I just got a lucky egg. Because, I mean, I did throw 7 eggs in there, but I'm pretty sure all 7 of them didn't hatch. I think one egg hatched like 8 chickens. That was like a rare thing when that happens. But yeah, so you throw them in there. Hopper goes and dispenses them all. Or not Hopper, dispenser dispenses them all, obviously. I just said dispenses them all. Dump these in. Give it a little second. It needs a pause in between, because it's supposed to be going... As long as you're here, it stays active the whole time. I think it's when I'm not here, and it's not like... It doesn't register a player's presence, it's not active, and then the machine gets clogged up. It used to not get clogged up, but it does now. But see, it'll hatch all the baby chicks, and they're too small to get hurt by that. But when they grow up into adults, they'll get old enough, so that way they will be in that when they're adults. And then it'll instantly cook them and take their feathers and their food and put it in here. And that's how we were getting chicken auto farmed for a while. But we haven't used chicken for food in a while either again. This used to be an old farm. If anybody has seen YouTube videos, I think this is one of the ones I looked up for, an AFK fishing farm, where you could just sit here and you could cast a line in there and then just hold it, keep the button depressed, and it's kind of sad. Yeah, I know. The animal killing in this game is no way getting around it ever. I try not to kill them when they're baby chicks. I mean, there's that. It's just they get to enjoy their, well, they don't get to enjoy much of their life. They get to see and stay nice and toasty warm as babies and enjoy whatever life they have until they're adults, and then it's cut short after that. But yeah, so this used to be a fishing farm, so you just sit here and hold the button down, and it used to just cast and pull in, cast and pull in, and you can just AFK and go away, make sandwich and do stuff while it just farmed for you all the time, which was nice. It doesn't do it anymore, so it's been disabled. It's on there now, but that used to work, and then the hopper would actually catch it before it went in your inventory, so this used to actually just store a whole bunch of stuff. It was really, really early on farm that Mojang decided was too overpowered for players to have, so they stopped that design from working. This is just the concrete area. It's real fast. It's not really mechanical on this one at all. It's just kind of more or less like any dummy can do it. You know, it's like a very dumbfounded kind of thing. So you just drop all your powder here, powder, because gravity, of course. So powder it all in here. And then once it's all loaded up, you just come down here and you mine it all out. And then the next rows will fall down and catch it. And it's just sort of a fast way to do it. I mean, I'm sure there's more efficient ways to do it. These are just things that we screw around with. So here's the Cobblestone Generator I showed you in the other place. This one functions properly. See, it just every time you break one, more come out. I have to go figure out what I did change. I thought it was up here, but it doesn't look like it. I might be missing one of the power sources here. I'm not sure what's triggering this piston over here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think that was it. You guys will have to rewind and probably check for yourselves, but I don't think that this is here. I think there's glass here, because originally it didn't, the way redstone keeps changing in Bedrock is just insane. Alright, somebody's getting a really bad echo, and I think that's you, Epona. You gotta mute that. But, up here, I think there's glass here at the other one, so I have to take these glass off and put redstone on here, and then this machine will work in Honeywood.
I don't think she's out of control. You might have to go check on her.
Let me check. Hey, what are you doing?
I had to use the bathroom, but it's not my mic because my mic is off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're echoing through, because I can hear stuff you're doing in that room.
Yep, because I keep muting myself when I'm not talking, so.
Yeah, and Crazy Boy's muting himself when he ain't talking, so you're the only one with an audio thing right now. Anywho, so we'll move on. I'm going to try to keep this, I mean, it's a big world, but I'm going to try and keep this thing slender. I still got to show you the stuff down the bottom corner of that map down there. There's a big world down there, too. So this is the farmhouse where we keep all our farming supplies. This is where chickens are, built on half slabs, too, so as they lay eggs, they actually end up in a whole layer of hoppers that you can see underneath down there. Yeah, which is full right now. But that's where our egg collection is. There's another trophy for a bullseye one. You might see those all over the place. Whenever you see green and blue signs, they're usually like trophy signs. Over here is where we were keeping turtles. Yeah, they're still alive. That one's upside down. He must be dying. His end of his days. Dinner bone over here. Anyone doesn't know, you could tag him dinner bone. Your mobs are upside down. Got some turtles in there. We had other mobs, but I don't know what is going on. We were slowly collecting a lot of the things in the world and name tagging them, but even by being name tagged, they just despawn out, which is really upsetting, actually. Especially when we're losing things that are name tagged. Like in this case, we had a bunch of horses in here, now just mine's in here. There was 4, now there's 1. This was full of pigs, this had cows and mushrooms, brown and red, and now they're all gone because they just, some days I turn the game on and they're just not there. So I don't know why that happens in Bedrock. And it seems a common thing because I looked it up and other people complain about it too, so it's not just me, but There doesn't appear to be a fix for it, so for the time being, we're not filling these up anymore, because if we're just going to keep losing them, then what's the point? Here's a sheep automatic collector that I made. One of my designs again. Simple design. I mean, anyone could do it. I'm not taking too much credit here, because it's really not hard to make these. But, let's see. Turn that down a little bit. My phone might be having a little bit of feedback, too. I don't know. But, so yeah, this is one of my designs. Super simple. You just lock a sheep into a 1x1 cell and then put a dispenser behind it with a bunch of shears in it. So whenever he eats, you have underneath the dispenser, you can't see, but there's a observer. It detects the block change, which will trigger redstone back here, which it's off right now, that's why there's no redstone there. But it'll trigger this redstone, because this one's still on, and it will trigger the dispenser and it'll shear the sheep automatically. In which case, then you have a collection unit down here that just pulls in their sheep through the bottom. So as they eat, I don't know if anyone's going to be... Oh, there you go. Oh, he's already... His machine must be off. I was going to say, but if you see him eat, they'll eat the grass, and then you'll see it automatically shear them off. There you go. Shears, drops down on the ground, and gets sucked through the floor, and ends up in these chests. And this is how we collect wool of every... God, if I throw my pickaxe on the ground one more time, I'm going to lose that thing. But this is how we got every color in the game. Honestly, I should probably think about expanding the storage. We don't build with wool too often, but we know a lot of people do. And I haven't built with wool too much because originally when we built this farm, we haven't had a lot going on. Alright, just, Opponent, you gotta figure out what's going on with your mic or I'm gonna have to kick you out of the lobby. Because since you've been here, it's been a lot of feedback. It's definitely on your end.
Well, you want to mention what we mainly use the wool for? That great big...
Well, I have all my mics off, so I don't know what's going on.
You're coming through my mic right now. I hear you talking to me.
Yeah, 'cause I turned it on right now.
Well, it hasn't changed at all, just so you know.
Well, I don't know what's going on because both
All
of
right,
my
we'll turn
mics
it
on
off
the
and start
camera.
talking to me.
Oop. Mute.
Are you talking? Hello? Hello? Don't say off, talk. I can hear you upstairs. I want you to use your voice so I can tell. Voice. Use your voice. Epona, you live in the same house as me. Use your voice.
Well, I can't hear you downstairs.
Okay, well, you're not supposed to mute me. You need to mute yourself. That's why we keep getting feedback. Why are you muting us? You need to mute it so we can't hear you on your end, so there's no feedback in the mics, is what we're talking about. Yep, sadly, this is my girlfriend.
Hi. Hey!
Ow.
Start taking your wool.
Which one did you take?
Colors.
Well, I know, but which one did you take?
I took the 3 shades of blue, some yellow and orange.
Okay. Looks like I got plenty of it, so go ahead.
Oh,
Someone says, hello, Crazy's girlfriend.
hello.
It says baby Sam's with peppermints. I don't know why that keeps coming up. Maybe that's their name, but that's just it's an interesting name.
Hi, Baby Sands and Peppermints.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
There's the two of us. Craziness and Crazy Epona. Hello.
Hi.
Crazy Boy will meet in a little bit. We gotta go to the Nether to go meet him. He's working while I'm slacking. I know I'm slacking. He's probably getting mad at me. Let's finish up this tour, which is still a pretty big world, but we'll finish up this tour here so I can get back to work so he doesn't feel like I'm just slacking the whole day off. I said I'd work with him 9 to 9, and now it's been a couple hours and I haven't even gotten to work yet. But anyway, so here's the sheep wool. I might expand that at some point because it looks like they're all getting full. And, you know, I haven't built with it. When we first started building, obviously making this machine, we didn't have wool at the time. So we didn't build out of wool, which is why a lot of things aren't built out of wool. But now that we have wool, we can start using it. So, I don't know, maybe I'll expand at some point. What Crazy Boy was saying is that we have a pixel, what do we call it? Pixel art island. And I'll show you that in a bit, where you can make your own pixel art, make your own pictures, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
Here is my mushrooms field, so you can grow all types of mushrooms, and we got all the different growing from the ceiling, growing from the floor, over here. And this is all automated too, which is pretty cool. I mean, does she have a channel? She doesn't have, well, she might have a channel, but it's not like an active one. She's like me, she's getting going. She has a lot less stuff than I do. She literally is just getting going. So I don't know if it's like she's got anything. I mean, if you want to try and find her and subscribe to her, she'd probably be under my stuff if she's there at all. But I don't know, like if it's there. I'm not telling you not to subscribe to her. I just don't think she has content yet. So, but when she does,
not yet.
Yeah, she doesn't. But when she does, we will definitely let you know. And if you want to subscribe, you definitely can. Absolutely. Subscribing always helps. You won't hear me say it, subscribe, like, and comment in the video, but, you know, if you guys do, everybody says that stuff, so that's maybe me saying it right there, but I'm not going to say it again. This thing's all automated, so if I push these buttons, it'll pump out water, and it'll push everything all the way down into hoppers and collect it all. But the replanting you still have to do manually, which I'm sure maybe I could probably automate one day, I don't know. But I don't know if that is automatable, but there's that. Most things are trying to be automated in the city, for the most part, or at least semi-automated, so that way it's, you know, a lot more doable. Let's move on to the second floor, because we've been on the first floor forever. Nothing special here. I do plan on making machine farms out of this, because this is actually pretty easy to do. If you box a villager in here and can't get out of this, he will actually pick this stuff up and plant new seeds. As long as he just keeps getting more and more seeds, he'll keep replanting every time things keep growing. And if I could build something underneath it to, again, pull through the floor, then I can keep collecting all the stuff he keeps dropping on the ground, which hopefully won't take his seeds too. It might.
Hey, your purple one is broken.
Some of them are off.
Well, okay.
Anyway, but so it'll pull through the floor. I might take his seeds too, so I might have to figure out a better design. But usually if you get a villager in here, he'll farm it, plant it, and keep going, and that's what they do. And if you just stick a farmer in here, you can just keep grabbing all the, you know, all this hay and stuff like that, and then he'll keep doing it, and he'll be like, he is the machine, you know, because he'll go around and grab the stuff and drop it on the ground, and then all the stuff will, you know, keep gathering, and then you can keep getting more and more. Same thing here. This is just another floor here. Carrots, potatoes. I haven't automated this stuff yet. We just planted it like a mass production. Like this stuff here can feed an army easily. So because of that is why we haven't like made it a top priority and make farms out of it. So this one's interesting though. This is automated, and you guys might like this. These I probably should put signs on because these are maintenance rooms, and I don't like people in my maintenance rooms. All my maintenance rooms are off limits to people because this is like the heart of the design, which keeps things functioning properly. But this is a simple hopper clock, which is probably going to take, yeah, in a second here. So in like 10 more seeds once that goes through. And then this will switch, which triggers the power in the next room. And then now this side's filling, and this one will unfill back into that one, which will switch the block back. So it's a simple hopper clock. If you guys don't know hopper clocks, you can YouTube those as well. It's not like a crazy design. I don't take a big credit for this one either. I'm sure somebody's probably figured this design out or better. So, but as that goes down, eventually, which shouldn't be too long, you'll see inside here is my watermelons and pumpkin on the other side farm. And when that hopper clock triggers, which should be any second now, go. And go. And go. Oh, I'm too early. Go. No, I'm not going to get it. I'm not that cool. It should trigger any second now. Go. I'm stuck in the water. It's so slow. There it goes. And as it triggers, if anything has grown since then, it goes all the way down the line right there, which is pretty cool. So anything that grows underneath these blocks, like you saw, will pop them off. They'll come down the water streams and land here, which aren't going to go anywhere because I'm pretty sure they're full. These things have been running since the world's been built. So one of these days I'll have to, oh god, I got a bunch on me too. One of these days I'll have to either start converting everything into melons again, so that way there's more space, or, jeez, I grabbed more. I was going to look on the other side, now I regret it. But that's always going. As long as somebody's in town, these are always active. They're always going. Same thing with the pumpkin side. Oh, that's seeds. Yeah, full. And I'm sure it's probably loaded in here too. Same thing, same concept. This is one of my designs I like. I thought it was a pretty cool little thing that we made there. Same thing, hopper clock runs the same way. Up here is sort of the growing area facility. So over here we got our Just flick this, and you can get a bunch of plants out of it. Because anything that's tall, oh god, I don't even know if I can store these now. Yeah, I'm like full on those ones. I shouldn't have done that one. But anything that's too tall, you can redo with bone meal. The one tall ones you can't, but you just got to go find a flower biome and make a flower biome machine, which I know how to make actually. We just haven't found a flower. I tried doing it actually last time I was online. I just haven't found a flower biome to build it in. This was the moss area where we were just growing and breaking things down to get like quick stuff here. Not a very sufficient farm, but again, which is the thing we threw up here real fast when the update came out. Over here you got your glowing, whatever they're called. Oh god, I'm drawing so many blanks today. How did I get so many pumpkins on me? But the glow berries are there. We got some areas here for all the different manual farming of berries there. We got some vine farming here. These walls are pretty cool. So these are something I designed. Another simple design anyone can do. It literally is about as tricky as it looks. Light, redstone, and some power. And you just wait till the wall's all grown out. And when it's all grown up on both sides, because you can fill it on both sides. Obviously this one's already activated, so we'll turn that off. Come over here, turn this side on, and it shakes the wall off. And turn that back off. So it's not like super automated, but I mean, it's pretty quick. It'll take the wall off for you, and then all you gotta do is pick the stuff up, replant it, it'll grow back on its own. It's a quick way of doing it. I mean, it's not, maybe again, there's more efficient ways. I'm not saying that this world, you should take all my advice and take all my things that I do here, and I make the best farms in the world. I mean, a lot of these things I make them because they're fun to make. So there's probably better ways to do this, I'm sure. But this is just one of the ways where I was like, it's a little fun thing, and we just kind of threw that in there. And you take all the extras and store them in there. I got 2 stacks off that wall almost, you know, so like, and then we got a bunch of different sectors all the way down. So, I mean, like I said, this island is very self-sufficient. Everything on this island you could need is here. This is automated. It is triggered, I believe. Which end is it triggered on? Maybe it's triggered on the inside. I think somewhere around here is observers or something. But one of these things, when they grow up tall enough, it triggers the entire machine. You know, so on this side, when a certain one gets tall enough, it'll trigger this entire unit, and the whole thing will shear off. Same thing over here. It's a basic design. Most people already know about these farms. And they just shear off into there, which you can see is not going in, because this one's probably full. Like I said, everything's always running here, and this is more manual stuff, which I had. This whole thing used to look like this. This is what all the farms on the lower levels look like, with a pumpkin, or not pumpkins, but the hay and the carrots, all that other stuff. And, you know, sugarcane used to look just like this, and then I took out this part of the sugarcane and built the machine here, which is what I plan to do on the other floors, too. When I start building machines, I'll just take out the section and build the machine in. And eventually I'll take the rest of this out and build the rest of the machine in there. Automatic cactus farm. Oh, there was one right there. As the cactus grows up, it realizes these are here, which shears it, because cactuses don't like growing near anything. They're very social distancing cactuses, so when they get up tall enough, they just pop themselves off onto the hoppers down below and collects down into the end. Another simple design. I mean, it's very expansive design. I don't think any of the stuff, maybe some of the things I'm showing here, you probably haven't seen before or can't YouTube somewhere, but these are just very large designs of things that other people probably have made. So here's some cool stuff now. So this is something people don't know exists in the world, because they say some things can't be autoly renewed. Well, coal can be autoly renewed. People are like, some things you can get and other things you just see eventually you're going to have to go out in the world and go get. Well, in my island, for the most part, and especially when I get an iron machine going here, because we haven't got an iron farm going yet. But again, that's because the mobs that I talked about earlier. But coal can be renewed, and you can also renew iron. So that's what the tree farm here is for. This is my tree farm. Oh, good, you're still here. Hello. But so you plant your trees here. I'm not going to go through this because I don't feel like taking it down. I'm being lazy. But this will go, and you plant all the things here. Nothing gets triggered yet, but when a sapling's here, it doesn't count as a block, so it doesn't transfer power, obviously. But once they all grow, because all these machines are automated, so if I flick this on, this will keep, it doesn't waste any materials if there's nothing there, but it actually pops out, bone meal. So as long as you have saplings there, it'll bone meal until all 5 of these trees are grown. Once this turns into a block, this will now convert power over to here, which turns the automated stuff on the walls here, which is like a leaf shearer. So this wall here and this wall here will come in one, so it'll be over here, and then this will be on this side, which will basically shear it down so it's only 3 blocks wide, so I only have to worry about getting rid of a couple leaves and then just mining out all the wood I want. And then it all collects down below and feeds into here, which we've been moving around. The leaves are still there. This is Crazy Boy's design. This is his 2.0, because it busted since, you know, Minecraft likes to keep updating the redstone. It always keeps changing the way we have to keep making things. But this one works good too. So it sucks up a lot of bone meal like no tomorrow, which is kind of a pain. But I can show you that one real quick, because this one I don't have to do any work for. There's no manual work to this one at all. Mine has manual work, because you just got to cut it down yourself and get rid of the leaves and collect all the well, I mean, it'll collect the resources in the hoppers, but you still got to do all the work. This one, you just plant. You go. Hopefully it doesn't suck up bone meal, because this is like a bone meal eating machine. But see, the tree will glow. Words are hard today. The tree will grow, and then all these leaves, they don't really break any of the machine. It just kind of gets in the way of you seeing anything. But basically they grow up, and then the piston realizes that they grow up, and it pushes them over. And once it pushes over, because it's going behind this row right now, so it's going to keep going over. Once it gets back here to the back wall, there's an observer back there. Once that observer gets triggered, it'll start pushing them out this way. So you can basically store this whole cubby full of wood. So you just plant, it grows and pushes, and then this whole block is full of things. You just come over here and get all the wood out you want. Oh, see, I triggered the observer again. But that's fine. It's not going to break anything.
More efficient, but since a couple updates, the bone meal gets used a lot faster.
Yeah, it really sucks it up. As long as you got a bone farm and you have bone meal to throw away, this isn't a bad design, but it definitely will eat up bone meal. There we go. And we'll just toss these in here and they'll resort themselves out. But yeah, so that just collects wood, and that just, all you have to do is hold a sapling in your hand. You just hold your button down and just keep holding it. Well, not like that, but that's breaking stuff. But you just keep holding, and plant, and as the saplings grow up, it gets pushed over, plant another one, pushed over, plant another one. And you can sort of AFK here for the most part until this this cubby's full, and then you just come over here and you mine it out and get a whole bunch of wood pretty quickly. Again, if you have the bone meal to spend. This was a quick thing we threw together just to grow these things, but it's not automated or anything. So this is the coal generator, which is what I was talking about. I don't have any wood. We can fix that. Just grab some from here. Let's take out this whole row. So what you do, because trees are easy to grow, so you got trees for days, and of course you always get saplings from more trees, so that's a renewable resource. So wood's renewable. You take the wood. You can see this machine right now is full of 64 coal. Come up here. I put it in my machine, which dumps it down into here. It's now used a coal source, but now you can see it's still at 64, because the interesting thing is it's on a loop track here. So basically what happens is it goes in here, cooks it. Once it's done cooking, it'll go into here and go into this machine, which this will decide whether or not it's going left or right, basically, to put it simply. You know, in layman's terms anyway, it's not really left or right, but it's going to decide whether it goes left or right. So if it goes to the right, it's going to go, this machine doesn't have 64 coal in it. So it's actually going to go this way, poop back up into here, into this hopper back into here, which refills this with coal all the time. So this will always refuel itself. You'll never need to fuel it ever again. He's taking notes. Yeah, I'll try to, I'm not doing a super great job of showing you my design build here, but I mean, I can kind of, you know, walk around it and you can pause it if you wanted to and whatever, but try to redo this in your world. It's also probably easier to YouTube it. I wouldn't use my examples. Like I said before, I'm not saying I'm the pro here building these things. But, yeah, so basically it just decides whether or not this needs coal up here or not. So now that's got 64 in it. See, it's about to get burned out again. So once this log's done, it's going to go, oh, it needs more coal. So instead of sending that coal down through here, because this is where the access goes, when this starts to run out of coal and it's not topped off, it'll actually recycle back into the machine to keep filling this back up. So like putting the logs in here will actually refuel this with coal all the time, and it'll also turn the extras into coal, which end up in here. So coal is absolutely renewable. You can use these for lights, you can use these for cooking, you can use this for any kind of coal. Like this is charcoal, but you can use it just like you'd use any regular coal in the game. So coal is absolutely renewable. As long as you have renewable trees, you have renewable coal. This is my bee farm, which is most likely full up now, but Back here, I got a bunch of machines. These are all observers on top of them. It detects when these are full, which will then shear them into hoppers, which bring them out here. So I got all my honeycomb building. Out here's all the honey building. Which one are hives and what? Hives and nests. So these are the nests. So these are natural nests. It's hard to tell in this texture pack. The nests do the honeycomb, and my hives do the honey. So when these get full, it's supposed to auto-detect it. See if I can trigger it. Maybe it's full. No, it's not full all the way. It's just pulling the wrong one. It'll pull a bottle out of here at random, because that's what dispensers do, so it keeps pulling the honey one, which is why this thing gets full faster than it should, because it's not taking from the empty bottles.
Taking a lunch break. I'll be back in about an hour, hour and a half.
Alrighty.
You want me to log out, or you want me to just stay here, AFK?
Whatever you want. World will be open.
Alright.
But yeah, so it'll automatically do it, when it does it right anyway. But, I mean, I haven't worried about updating it. I actually, since the redstone has changed, this thing needs an update too. There's a lot of things that need updating that I've just been working on so many projects. I haven't come back here and started working on the old projects in a long time. But normally these would all harvest automatically, and they'll shear that, and that'll collect these in honey bottles, and that's how you get these all automated. I don't know why all these bees aren't sleeping at nighttime. These two were confused. But, so there's that. Got the chorus farm over here. So, same concept as the nether wart. If I flick this button, water streams will come out, breaking all these blocks, knocking all the supplies down into hoppers and collecting all over here, and then I can just replant them and they'll grow again. Here's an automated berry farm. Some people don't know you can't automate berries, but you absolutely can do that too. All you gotta do is trap yourself from foxes. Foxes don't get hurt in berries, but they do eat anything, and they eat berries. So when foxes come around, like you can see here, they will pluck the berries, which clearly are not getting picked up right now. So let's put that in docking mode. Oh, I don't know why these are out here. Let's stick them in there. Get back up there. But yeah, so they'll go in and they'll eat the berries, or they eat one berry anyway, because that's how they pluck them off the tree, and they spit the rest out because they only eat the one. And then they all sit on the ground while they just keep going around eating and eating and eating. So these guys are getting fat and happy all the time because they're just eating all the time. And then the machine will go in here, which is now in docking mode, which I can probably just hurry that up a little bit and push that back on out. Can I see? I probably can't. Can I see this one? Nope, I can't do that either. Can I do this then? Just chuck them all here. Oh, it's full now. Put that back in docking mode. So now this is actually full up completely. There we go. Send it back out. And that will always be cycling underneath it, so it'll always be picking up whatever they drop. But now it won't matter anymore, because now this chest is full, and apparently all the hoppers feeding into the chest are full too, so... But yeah, and that's how you automate that. It's simple as just getting foxes. You don't need really redstone. I mean, you need the track, I guess, to collect it through the ground, unless you want to walk through that yourself manually, I suppose. But you're going to get the berry bush damage. But yeah, I mean, other than simple little redstone like this, just tracking it, they'll be in there eating all the time, and they keep dropping berries, and the machine picks up all the extras. It's automated. I don't know what you're going to do with berries. Not a lot of people use berries. This is also automated. You can see the observer up there. Once that grows up tall enough, it shears everything all down into hoppers and bamboo shearer. Same thing as sugarcane, so nothing tricky there. That is the majority of my factory and my farm. That's the heart of the city. This is the court square over here, the town center. Over here you can actually see the maps I was talking about earlier. So we got the center world spawn there. Over here nobody lives at. Well, yeah, I think they do actually. Up here. I think this spot right here. Because there's a ravine right here which is red. And down there is one of our workers in the world. He lives out that way. Over here is Atlantis. That's the yacht. Under that is the... We're going to get to all that stuff. Under here is the... Thank you. Said it was amazing. It's been a lot of work we put into this world, so... It's not like again, the best stuff in the world ever, the coolest things, or some of the best designs you're ever going to see. But I mean, it's our world, so, you know, if you like it, then I appreciate it. We put a lot of hard work into it. That is the Guardian Farm, that is Pixel Art Island, and then over here is the Dark City. Down here is Honeywood, where we started today. Up there's the mansion, world spawns this way. Crazy Boy lives in the jungle there. Hyrule is actually off map, but it's right up here. It's not like far off map, but it's right here.
And if anybody's curious, yes, I am a very Legend of Zelda fan, so yes, I named everything after that.
Okay, I'm just making sure your audio is still coming through on my phone. Yeah, I still hear you. So they heard that. Yeah, so she plays a lot of Zelda, so that's where you got the Hyrule Village and all that stuff from. Over here, we got an iceberg biome. There's a massive biome of icebergs in this area. And over here is a big, big biome of redstone desert, which is, or not redstone, well, I guess redstone, but red desert. So we have that marked. So that way, if people ever join the server and they were trying to, like, I want to go play over there, you know, you can kind of, like, take a look at the map wall and see if you can find a biome you're looking for and you know where you're going. The reason why this one strip goes way down, because this is how far away the nearest mushroom biome was. Which I can't tell you, you could imagine traveling across these maps, because they're not small maps like the one I'm holding in my hand. You know how long it takes to get across from one map to another. And, yeah, getting some mushrooms back home, that was a pain. Which you can see why I'm not refilling that farm over there again right now, why it's empty, because I'm not going that far again just for them to despawn. Screw that. But that's actually where I'm going to call this Season 2, because ever since we've been building in this for years, we're actually going to start a new city, which, as if this isn't already insane enough having this city, but we're going to start a new city down in the mushroom biome, because I thought something that's, what's better than building on slabs and having lights everywhere? Go build in a mushroom biome. It's always mob safe there. It doesn't matter what you build out of, and it doesn't matter what you put lights on. Nothing can spawn in a mushroom biome. That is a cool, fun fact most people don't seem to remember when they're building things, and I'm one of those that didn't remember when I was building this damn island, or else I would have built in the mushroom biome, because hostile mobs don't spawn there. You'll notice that if you're playing hostile mobs, go to a mushroom biome. You won't see hostile mobs there. You'll see them on the outskirts, and if they are in the mushroom biome, it's because if you actually go around the perimeter of a mushroom biome, you might see like a couple grass blocks here and there. That doesn't count as a mushroom biome. That's actually where the ocean biome starts, which if there's a grass block there is attached to the ocean, so a mob will spawn on that grass block and then walk into the mushroom biome. But that's the only time you'd ever see mobs actually there, because hostile mobs don't spawn there. It's a cool fun fact. But so here is the plaza. This is another fun thing that I stole from Minecraft. Mojang takes a lot of stuff from us all the time because, well, they're good. You know, I can't talk bad about Mojang or else we wouldn't have Minecraft at all. But they're also dicks sometimes in some senses, because the way they do things and the way they don't really get on top of some problems that they definitely should and fix some things that they should, or, you know, they keep delaying all the time, because I know they're staffed and I know they have all the people they need to get things done. They just seem to be like really slacker-ish kind of. Like, there's a lot of games can get things fixed in a reasonable time, and Minecraft really likes to take its time, and then it likes to be a real shut-in and not tell anyone, us, the players, or anybody, anything, you know, like, we'll never know when updates come out or when things come out, which is good. I guess maybe they're doing that so they don't make hollow promises, because other people will be like, yeah, coming out this August, and then August gets here, and they're like, next year, we changed our minds, you know. Minecraft maybe doesn't want to do that, but they should still give us, like, an estimate, you know. They like being way too secretive, and I really don't like companies like that. I think they run things pretty poorly, but either way, they've stolen a lot of things from me, they've stolen a lot of builds from me, and they break things from me all the time, and I feel like whenever they steal things from me, it's when I like to steal things from them. So that's why I found a way to get bedrock in this world, even though I've never been in creative mode ever in this world. This has all been built by hand and all been collected by hand, but I still found a way to find a machine to get myself bedrock in this world, and I got a bunch of bedrock I can build with, and I found less good but legitimate, maybe not legitimate ways to do it, because they don't want you to have it, but I got it. It's one of the things I stole from them. And that crystal up there is actually, the reason why it's glitched out is because that's another thing I stole from them, which I think is funny. Because I forgot how I did this. But there was, when you respawn the Ender Dragon, you know the crystals will spawn at the top of the towers, and then they go bing, 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 all the way around until every tower has one, and then they all beam in the middle, and then poof, dragon spawns, and boom, respawn Ender Dragon. Well, it's actually a machine you can build at the top of those towers that as these things are spawning, because these particular crystals that shoot the beams off into the sky, you can actually make a machine that like dislodges this crystal, because this crystal is unique. It's not like an actual ender crystal, because I can go make an ender crystal, but it doesn't have the beam on it. This is a unique one that's there. So I found a machine that basically dislodged it, which stops the ender dragon from spawning, but it will dislodge this crystal. So that way it's stuck like this. And you can't put it in your pocket. There's no way of carrying this, so it's actually kind of a pain to get it here. But I built the machine in the end, and it's gone now. It's not there now. I just built it for this purpose. And I dislodged the crystal. Once it was dislodged and it looked like this in the end, then I made another machine to like piston push it around, and I pushed it through the portal, which will put anything in that goes through the portal into the, you know, the spawn point of the world here. And I made a machine over in the spawn point, and I piston pushed it through the air all the way over here to put it as like a decorative piece on top of my fountain. So I stole something that you're not supposed to have in the game. If I punch it, I'm pretty sure it'll explode and break and we'll lose it forever. So that's kind of a bummy. Oh, yeah. Good catch. He says there's a traitor here. There sure is a traitor. This guy's a traitor. Get out of here. I wish you would never come back after I kill you, because you never sell me anything I want. You just leave your damn animals here all the time. God, got rid of them. Your sheep, your sheep with long necks aren't welcome here. But but yes, that's a crystal I stole from the end, and I piston pushed it for a lot of hard work, and I got it here, and I use it as my fountain top piece. So that is a one-of-a-kind thing. If it gets punched, it's gone forever. So that would be like a very unfortunate thing. That would be another thing like under the world rules of trolling, where that would be like, you punch that, you're probably banned forever here if you ever played in this world. And I wouldn't lose it, because I always keep my worlds backed up anyway. So, you know, if anyone ever broke that and I was like, oh, damn, it's gone forever and you can never get it again. I mean, that would be a bummer, but I would just go back to my last save, because I have backups of the world. And, you know, so any trolling anyone ever does to you and your builds or something like that, we have it saved anyway. So, I mean, there's really no trolling anyone can do to anyone here, because we can always go back to a previous save. We might lose some progress, half hour or time or whatever, but, you know, hours of time as opposed to losing a bunch of work or a rare thing like that, you know. So this was the cells that I had my villagers in. The ones that are open, they went on vacation, and that's not code for saying I killed them or anything, because I didn't kill them. They were all maxed out traders. I wanted to keep these people alive, but they just like the sheep and the animals in there. Well, I don't know, my sheep never disappeared, but my cows and my pigs and everything else disappeared. But nobody ever disappeared here. And then some of these guys decided, you know, like, he stuck around, so he's still in here. Like, there's his workshop. He's the armorsmith, Martin the armorsmith. He's in here working away, doing his thing. So if you need to trade with armor and stuff like that, they're all masters of their craft. Everybody here was. And then at nighttime, they go in here. So it's actually interesting, because my shop works kind of legitimate, like a real-world function. It's kind of the way we designed this. So at daytime, you can come over here, you can do their trades, because they're out in their workshops and they're working. Everybody's got their own little workshops they work in. And you can do trades during the daytime, but if it's nighttime, the marketplace closes down. You can't buy things from villagers at nighttime in my city, because at nighttime, they go in their rooms and they go to sleep. So you have to wait till daytime to do trades. Which is a little inconvenient, but at the same time, it was more of like a realistic thing than a convenience thing when we made this. But the ones that are still locked up anyway, still in their work areas and homes, you know, they're here. I don't know where these ones went. They're like the animals. I just turn the game on sometimes, and these guys are just gone. It's unfortunate, but we had one of every kind. We might have even had a couple of every kind at one point, but some of them just start despawning, and it sucks. Until Mojang figures out one of those bugs that this has apparently been going on for some time and they haven't put much effort into fixing, so it's hard for me to like really want to get things, because they're obviously all name tagged too. Not that I don't know if the villagers despawn anyway, but they disappear anyway, so. But that was the marketplace. Over here is the last build we'll go over, and then we'll go into the big build, and then we'll head out to some of the other stuff. Wait till you see the Dark City. That's a big one. So this is a town hall, library, bank, and museum all in one. I know that sounds like a lot, but until we build other buildings for all the separate buildings, they're all in one. And everybody can come in here. This is level 1 access, so anyone who's new to the world is welcome into this place. I haven't been opening these books every build like I said I was going to. I'm such a liar. You guys shouldn't believe anything I say. But here's a quick little, if you want to pause it and read it, go for it. It tells you who made it, when we made it. It might not always have the block count and stuff like that, but this is the main lobby here for the town hall. Coming in here is the bank. Basically, you can come in here behind yourself, lock the door with an iron door so people can't get in. Then you can go into here, take out your, your chests and whatever, put them on the ground, go into them, do whatever you need to do, and then when you're done, you can break them up. And you can basically do that in peace. It's like being in a vault, more or less, so that way when you're in here, you don't have to worry about people, like, opening your boxes or trying to steal your stuff or trolling you or whatever people might do, or, that shouldn't happen in the world anyway, but it was just like an extra preventative measure, so that way you come in here, that's how you use the bank, come in here. These are all just for show, there's nothing in these, it's just to make it look like a vault room, but it's really the whole purpose is for you to come into your ender chest and you have a peaceful room to take things out and go through stuff. You can dump all your shulker boxes in here anywhere you want, go through everything, have 20 shulker boxes, and nobody will come in and like just start taking all your stuff or doing something shady. Moving on into here's my office. Sorry, I was reading some of the stuff here. So this is my office. Nothing special here, just I got my little shelves and my stuff here. This shows you the map of Honeywood, a little bit closer version of that. Here's a little bit closer version of Atlantis. That was a world map that's out there in the city for everybody to see, but in my office is actually a zoomed in map of most of the stuff that we built. Obviously, I can't show the whole world here, because I'd have so many maps in this room if I tried going all the way to Honeywood and stuff like that. But, you get the whole Guardian farm here. You can see the yacht pretty good detailed. There's a ravine over there you can see. There's Atlantis for a better view. Up there's a tree farm island, which I can show you real quick. We'll do a flyover. There's nothing special to look at there, but you can see some of the other stuff, some of the paths that we walked here today. Hyrule's up in here. You can see that. There's her village next to Hyrule, so... Got kind of a little close-in map. It's a little more detailed. This one looks cooler. It's just, I like these maps more, but you'd have to have so many of these maps to really see everything, so. You got the world achievements. This goes over some of the things that we found in the world, like, we'll go to the page 1 here, the pillager banners, that first pillager banner that we saw. You want to see the tree farmland here? We can go over there. We'll go over there next. Diamond and emeralds, our very first diamond and our very first emerald that we ever found in the world. So those are up on the wall. We like keeping little things like that. It's like our little achievements. Even though the game comes with achievements, aka trophies, we have like our own like personal achievements. Like these are things that we did in this world. First time we get our phantoms, our first legendary apples, first time collecting each of the mob heads, so our little like achievements and stuff that we did in the world. And this book just kind of goes over it. There you go. Do one of every page, so if anybody ever wants to read it, or if I ever watch my own videos and go back one day and read it. Got the Ender Egg in there. Over here, got a little decoration of some of my first achievements, because this is, one of my builds, so I did like a little museum for myself here, because I have an ego. I don't really have an ego, but we're just going to say I have an ego problem, and that's why I did this for myself. No, I'm just kidding. But this goes over some of the things, like the tools that I use in the world and some of the stuff I had at the time. This is pretty much, when I put this here on this display, this is like before Netherite was around. So like this was like the top gear of the game. And now, of course, we're wearing all the cool Netherite stuff now. And I got my Netherite tools, so. Library's nothing special, just a bunch of alleys with books. And of course, then here in the Dead Center is where you got the enchantment room. So if you need to do enchanting in the library, everybody has access to that. Here's a fun thing that we built for trades and stuff like that. So if you want to do like, let's say me and you were playing together and you wanted to like battle me for something. You're like, I have something you want, you have something I want. And then let's do, instead of just trading, maybe you want to like fight for it or something. I guess you could duel for it too if you want to duel. But if you want to like fight for it, you could put your reward in the chest there. I'll put my reward in the chest here. We come up here and we play some chess. Because you got your pawns, and you got your rooks, and your knights, and your bishops, the kings and queens. And we do some chess. Here's a little breakdown here in case you forget which piece is which, but they are all named too. I spent points naming them all, so. We got a little breakdown there, and as you play, you just kind of go over here, you boop the part up, grab your piece, move your pawn, and then it's his move. I just suck at orienting. Oh god, I did it twice. And then it's his move. We've actually had this board used quite a few times so far, so people found fun in it. Me and Crazy Boy were the last ones to use it. Nice little decoration. I try to make it fancy, so hopefully it looks cool. I try to decorate it, make it look really neat. Got the little crystals in here, lights on the corner, some golden blocks on the side, or the gilded stone on the side. And you got your black side set up, and you got the white side set up. You got your white pieces, black pieces, boxes for the black side and white side here. So everything you need for black and white pieces playing chess. I suppose if you wanted to play checkers out of this, you could do that too. You just have to get different pieces. Probably go get like some blocks from the factory over there, get some red blocks and some black blocks, and play some checkers. You can do whatever you want out of the table. It's a checkerboard, so. But last we used it was for chess. But I guess I could put like an addition over here, not like build a whole nother board. I mean, I guess I could build a whole nother board. I'm laying space out here. I was gonna say, probably just put another chest over here with some other pieces in it in case you want to play different games, but I thought that was a fun idea, so we did that. We played that for fun. So the tree farm island, it's all manual. There's nothing here that's automated, but we built this not too long ago because it was an island secluded by itself, so we just needed a place where we could grow a mass amount of trees and cut them all down. So this is where we did that. This thing right here gives you a haste beacon, so that way, again, it's easier to just come out here and chop things up. On the lower half of the island here, we got your acacia, your birch, and I'm pretty sure even regular oak probably in the back there. And then we got your big trees over here, so you got your jungle trees, you got your dark trees, you got your spruce trees, because you can grow those in 2x2s, so that's all that. All around the outskirts here, you got your whatever these are. So many blanks today. Yep, Warp and Crimson. Thanks for helping me. That's those ones. Yeah, you got the Warp and the Crimson in the back, and these guys here, which I'm sure you know, and I don't, because I'm blanking. Azalea, yes. Azalea is the one. You are doing better at this today than I am. I'm the one showing everybody the world, and you know more about it than I do. Drawing so many blanks right now. It's still early for when it's not early. It's probably like lunchtime. But yeah, so you got your azalea around the side here, and I got your warp and crimson in the back, and we left this blank here because, like you were saying before, our commenter viewer, about the mangrove. And when mangrove gets into the game, this is the space that we're going to start mass growing mangroves. So we can come over here, grow a bunch of them, cut them down, grow a bunch, cut them down. So I left space for future trees because we knew more were coming, so. Pretty decent sized island to come over here. You don't have to grow them in any particular pattern. Like if you want to go over there and harvest wood, you can just go chop down whatever you want and grow whatever you want there. I just planted them like that, so it was convenient, but it doesn't have to be planted like that. There's no like rules to planting or anything. You just grow whatever you want over there and replant it. Just make sure whatever you cut down, you replant. So that way if anyone else goes there later on, there's trees for them to grab. Other than that, the wood is up for grabs for anybody. So here is the last big build here in the city. This is the 9/11 tower. Yes, just like September 11th. This is a tribute tower, which even looks probably like it from the outside. This is a tribute tower to 9/11 that we built because we are patriotic here on this server. We call it Crazy Tower, but it's also the 9/11 Hotel. Never forget. Everybody has access to this place. So this not only... Oh, thank you. He says it's cool, or she says it's cool. I don't mean to assume who you are. I just... Our viewer says it's cool, I should say, guy or girl. But yeah, so this is the 9/11 tower. A couple of us helped build this one because this is a big project. It's built out of quartz and stone, so those are not easy things to get in this world, so it took a long time to get the resources and then building it. And then, of course, furnishing it, because everything in my builds are furnished. None of my buildings are ever hollow. So they're all furnished. The cool thing about this tower is not only, obviously, for the fact that it is a tribute... just reading. I can't have you join today because I have a lot of work to do, and like I went over, I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the video, but usually when we have new people join the world, we have like a guide that kind of like sits with them for a day to make sure they're not trolly people and kind of like get a feel for you, and they guide you around the world and help you for a day. And I don't have any helpers on right now that can stay with you and kind of like monitor you and help you and stuff like that. But I will, actually, if you want to be part of this world, you said you had a PlayStation, so I am still taking in new people. But yeah, not on the, it's not a server either yet. I got to get this. Eventually I might get it to a server. For now it's not on server. We're just live streaming what I have on my console because we haven't turned it into a server yet. We're finishing builds up. But when I get it to that point that we want to convert to a server, then anyone will be able to log on anytime. For now, everybody has to basically wait for me to be online because it's in my possession, the world. That'll be another problem with backing it up, because once it becomes a server, then trolling becomes more of a problem, because I don't think there's any way to reload servers. So that's another thing we have to take into account when we start getting that. But yeah, if you do want it to become part of the world, I am definitely taking new people if new people want to come in. Absolutely. My name is Craziness. I have it written down right in here. I have everybody's name written down exactly like the way it's spelt on their PSNs. So if you want to just take the name down, you can send me a friend invite. Make sure when you send me a friend invite, you also tell me who you are, because I don't just accept anybody I don't know. So you're going to have to let me know, like, hey, this is so-and-so, and I saw your thing. It's like this, but it has X's on it. I don't know why. I guess I'm a liar. I didn't write it down. I didn't write my own name down with signs like it's supposed to. It's probably in these books. I bet you I did it in the books.
Thank you.
Oh, God, I am a liar. I did it in one of these books, didn't I? There it is. So craziness like that. That's literally what it looks like in the PSN. Actually, no, it might not have the X's. Oh, God, I am a liar. I changed my name I changed my name not too long ago, because on the PS5, because I have a PS5, you can actually, you might be able to do it on the PS4, I don't know. But you can change your name at least once, your actual PS name. So I think it doesn't have X's anymore. It's just like that. So this is, going for the $1 million one, this is my final answer. I'm locking it in. This is my name. So if you type it like that in the PSN, I should get a friend invite from you. Let me know, hey, I'm so-and-so, saw you in the videos. You know, if you're watching now, or even if you're watching in the future, anybody who sees this down the road, you see this, you're hearing this part of the video, say, I'm so-and-so, watched your video, thought your world was cool, I want to check it out, maybe become a part of the world and play with you guys. Because we only have about 5 or 6 active people. Whenever I'm on, there might be a couple other people on at once, but it's not a lot, so we definitely have room for more. So if people want to play, that's definitely open if people want to do that. So yeah, just send me an invite. Let me know who you are, because I don't accept just anybody. I gotta know who I'm adding as a friend. And maybe when I stream again in the future, you can definitely be part of the stream if you happen to be on while I'm streaming. But for now, today, I gotta do streaming and I got work to do, so I can't have people playing today, unfortunately. But tomorrow, and moving forward, yeah, we can probably get you guys in here, and anytime after tomorrow, when people decide to send me invites and they see this video, you can probably add people on. That's probably not gonna be a problem. So yeah, moving forward, not only is 9/11 cool, because obviously 9/11, like, tribute to that, hats off, you know, but it's also a hotel. It's the 9/11 hotel. So new people that join the world can, if you don't want to make a house, and you want to live in a city, you can either live here or live in Hyrule. There's only cities that are open right now, because there's more cities. There's a dark city, but you probably don't want to live there. We're going to go to the Dark City, though. Don't worry. You'll see that, too. But there's this city. The Dark City's for monsters. So, you know, I mean, if you want to risk your life, go for it. But that is a dangerous place to live. So Hyrule and here is the cities. You can live in cities or you can go out on your own. You don't have to do anything here. You play how you want to play. So if you come here, you can go make your own builds, go make your own house. But if you need a place to squat for now and then you want to move out later on, you can do that. Or if you want to live here indefinitely, you can. So this is the hotel. As you walk in, you hear the ding-dong. Ding. Well, the only reason why this water's here is because as you walk through it, because we're in Atlantis, so of course water is good in Atlantis, right? You don't drown in Atlantis, and it gives you the night vision, so as you're walking around the glass floors in here, until the power wears off anyway, you can see through the glass floor and you can see into the ocean.
Eat.
So that's pretty cool.
Okay,
it'll
then
wear
drink
off here
your
in a
milk.
second, but see, it's a lot darker when it wears off. So that's why we have like the water film. So as you come through, you kind of get the power as you walk through the water. Even though it's taking a second to activate, there you go. And then you can kind of like see through the floor. It's only there for like a cool little feature. But so you come up to the front desk, and then talk to me. I open this up and go, how can I help you today? And then you tell me you want to get a room or whatever, and we set you up with a room. They're all color-coded, so if you actually look back here, can I get in here? There we go. You look back here, we got yellow floor, light blue, almost all of them, light gray, and brown floors, because there's no brown color. I can't write brown on the signs, which is kind of a bummer. But those floors are all available. You can hear him in the background, my kid. But 5 of those rooms are available. One's already being taken by a staff member on the top floor. I'm in the penthouse, but that's not attached to this at all. My penthouse is a secret area, which maybe I'll show in this stream. No, you know what? I'm not gonna. There's a secret way up into the penthouse, and it's not any of these elevators, but you can fly up to the roof. That's how you get to the penthouse, but it's off limits to people anyway. That is a big no-no zone. There's a lot of no-no zones in this game, but trust me, if you start crossing me, that is a very, very big no-no zone, because there's some things that, like the bedrock and certain things like that, which I have locked away anyway, so it's not something that any player can get access to, because that's a dangerous block for players to have in their possession. But, there's just some places you just can't go. And my areas, since I'm like one of the admins and I have like access to a lot of things that people shouldn't have their hands on, so getting caught in my places is not good. You definitely just always stick with the rules in the beginning of this world. Just get permission. That's all you got to do. So here's all the elevators, all the different floors. Each elevator has its mailbox down here, so that way if you have something to drop off to anybody who happens to live in a hotel instead of a home. This thing's pretty cool. This is a design which I'm not going to take credit for, and sadly, I'm sorry, whoever you are on this planet, if you ever watched my videos and you see that this design is something similar to yours or something that maybe you designed it, I don't know. I don't think the designer will ever find it, but I saw a video of making a vending machine once, which is really cool. It's complicated as hell, so if you're taking notes, good luck on that. Even I don't know how to rebuild this thing. But it's designed so that in a way that if you drop a diamond in here, because under this rug is a hopper, so you toss one diamond in there, and then you can push, it'll unlock this. So I'll give you a quick rundown. You throw a diamond in there, it unlocks this machine, and you can push any button. You can push as much as you want to. Like I can push it now and be like, ha ha ha, gimme, 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 steal, steal. You're not going to get anything. This is actually how ingenious this machine really is, because you can't just push buttons and get stuff. It doesn't work like that, so you get nothing. If you're like, oh, I'm going to be sneaky, and I'm going to put a diamond in there, and then I'm going to push that one and that one at the same time, which I sucked at, but that and that, real fast, and do it so fast that the machine doesn't even pick up on it. It actually does. It's a very fast machine, so the first button you push automatically will lock out all the other buttons, so you can't double push buttons, or you can't push this button twice or push that and that one. You'll still only get the first button you push. Another ingenious design, you can throw whatever you want in here and be like, there you go, have a trident, have some fireworks, want some milk?
All gone milk.
All gone?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Minecraft.
You want to play Minecraft?
Mm-hmm.
My kid plays Minecraft too. Alright. Get your Minecraft. Here. No, come on. I know you're going to be noisy, so you got to go up in your room. Go upstairs. Go play. But you can throw anything you want in there, and the machine's not stupid. If you don't throw a diamond in there, you can still push buttons. I can push all the buttons I want. Button, button, button. I'm going to get one of each today, and an extra shovel. You're still not going to get anything. All it's going to do is just recycle the things you threw in there, because you're trying to steal from the machine, and it's not going to let you just steal from the machine. That's not how the machine works. The machine's actually pretty smart. If you can outsmart this machine,
Go play
I will probably...
in your room.
Stop yelling in the mic.
Go. No, you're going to be noisy.
But,
yeah,
you can't steal from my machines.
Yes.
You can throw a diamond down, and you can't get multiple drops from it. You can throw anything you want in there, but if it's not a diamond, when you push a button, it's just going to get recycled back in here. So the machine's not easily fooled. If you can find a way to fool it, let me know, and I'll probably reward you, but... I don't think that this thing's kind of foolproof other than like outright going in there and stealing stuff. But, you know, anything less than stealing, I don't think you're going to be able to cheat the machine. But it's a pretty cool design, so throw a diamond in there. And one diamond, too. That's all it is. One diamond, and you can get any one of these. So normally this would take 3 diamonds to make that. Well, if you come to my city and you toss 1 diamond in, you get that for the cost of 1 diamond, 1 pickaxe. So it's a good conversion system. And it's a great way to help out new players, too, you know, so when you first new into the world and you don't have anything, you come to the city and you can buy some stuff relatively cheap. I mean, the diamond trade for a shovel is pretty much a fair trade and a one-off, but everything else for 1 diamond, so it's a nice way to try and help players out. Moving on, this is the kitchen, which I have to add probably more to the walls because there's a lot more things we can sell. But the kitchen's got there. It used to have smoke underneath it. I don't know if they're still going. They're probably still going, but the way smokers work now is... Oh, they are still going. I see the fire. But smoke doesn't travel through blocks. It's just really weird in bedrock. But we have the smokers in here, so if people need food cooked, you know, find food out in the world and you come in here and you don't have a way to cook it yourself, we'll cook it for you for free. As long as you bring your own resources, you don't have to worry about the coal. Just bring whatever food you want, we'll cook it for free. If you want to buy stuff and you have collected emeralds in the game, because emeralds don't really, they're like pretty useless in this game. You use them with villagers and like that's it. maybe decorating if you're an emerald decorator, but they don't have a use. So to make currency like more useful in the game, we started like making shops and sell things for emeralds, so that way, you know, at least gathering emeralds don't just like, with me anyway, you collect so many emeralds from villagers you don't know what to do with them after a while, so eventually we just take them and we put them in a box and store them away and never look at them again. But here you can come into the city and find out what you want and get yourself some food and stuff like that. And there's plenty of food to be had. So if you need food for the road, you need some golden carrots maybe, or you maybe want to use this for some brewing, or even crazy legendary apples. Woo! But they get expensive for sure. It's expensive, but it's fair, because you know how, anyone who knows this game knows how hard it is to find one of those. So the price for that's fair enough. But, I mean, you get pretty cheap things here. These are things that most people are just kind of like, you know, whatever, I just want to grab one of these. And, you know, it's nothing special about any of these one things. Maybe the pies here. Pies are pretty good, you know. So 3 pies for 1 emerald is a pretty good price. And then, of course, these get a little bit more expensive, being a little bit more better things that people like to use often, you know, especially when it's cooked meats and stuff like that. People eat that a lot. People definitely like carrots a lot. And then, of course, these being really expensive. But they start going up from emeralds, you know, more emeralds, half a stack of emeralds and some diamonds for that. And then here you need 10 blocks and 5 blocks, you know, so this guy is not cheap at all. But finding 10 emerald blocks, or finding a way to get 10 emerald blocks from villagers and then maybe 5 diamond blocks from mining, is still probably going to be a lot faster than finding one of these out in the wild. And you don't ever have to worry about our resources being out of stock, because I have resources. And if that looks like a crazy amount of apples, it is. It is. And keep in mind, the world has still never been on creative mode, because trophies are still active, so. Here is the fridge. This is where we keep all the goods. So anything you want to start buying some stuff from the store, we keep everything in stock here, if you don't bring your own. Yeah, mangrove will be a rare biome. It definitely will be. And not only will it be a rare biome, but I'll even have to travel even more, because I still have to get out of my own maps first to get into new maps. So it's going to be actually more of a travel just to do that. But we'll look for it. We'll find one. I have no doubt. There's nothing we haven't found in this game, no matter how far we have to travel. And traveling's not an issue. Alright, so moving on. You can either take the stairs. This will go to each floor. It'll tell you what floor you're on as you go up. I mean, there's 2 different indicators. There's the reason why everything's labeled by colors here. Same thing down here in the elevators. You got the yellow floor, yellow mailbox, all indicated by yellow. And they also indicate on the floor. So when you come into the hotel for the first time and you choose where you want to live, keep in mind when you pick the 2nd floor, I want to live on the yellow floor, this is what your floor is going to look like. And the 3rd floor, this is what your ceiling is going to look like. So you can either choose what floor you live on in a couple different ways. Let's say you have Elytra, for instance, and you want to fly out of the home instead of walk out the front doors all the time. Well, of course, you're going to want to live higher up in the hotel so you can fly out from a high point. Or maybe you don't worry about flying, and maybe you like, I just want to see a thing that looks like aesthetically pleasing to my eyes, you know, something you want to live in that looks nice, you know, like I like this floor, I want to live on the brown floor, you know, this will be your ceiling and this will be your floor, you know, so then you can choose what floor you want to live on based by color, you know, so again, we'll take the elevator too, but, you know, each floor you go up one. Here's the yellow floor. And you'll notice everything's got a yellow scheme to it, hence the yellow floor. Vacant, so I don't mind going in here. It's not somebody's home. I'm not going to go into the top floor because that is somebody's home. They're all identical, so as you walk in here, you got a vacant home with your front door. Walk in, got some yellow carpeting. You got some starter benches. These are always here for you. When you move in and you move out, these will always be here because these are for anyone to use when they first come in. It's all fully stocked, so all you need to do is just bring your own stuff in here and you're already ready to go. You even get some starter supplies here, get you going. Everybody's got an emergency exit. I mean, what hotel doesn't have emergency exits, right? So if you ever need an ocean exit, you can just come out here and just plop right out into the ocean and you're at the hotel. You can either take an ocean exit, you can take the front door exit, or you can take the flying exit that every floor has, because every floor has elytra access. It just depends on how high up you are, is probably how better off you are. But I mean, as long as you have rockets, I mean, even jumping from here, you can just rocket out, so. Height's not really that relevant. Here's your storage room that comes standard with every floor. A couple things here. None of this stuff is, like I said, it comes in. When you move in, it's here, and when you move out, it stays here. But this is a mobile storage, so everybody does get a shulker box. If you want to break this and put it in your back pocket while you're living on the yellow floor, you can take your yellow box and you can take it out into the world with you. So it's like your storage backpack. And you know, the only thing when you move out, you got to put it back. You don't get to keep the shulker box, but as long as you live here, you can take this with you. So you kind of double your inventory space while you're out in the field. Comes with its own enchanting table already set up. Got a speaker system, so if you make any music discs in the world, you can listen to some music in your living room. Each floor is identical, and each floor is also identical and mirrored. So whatever's in this one room is in the other room. So let's say you are a morning person. Well, you're not going to be on this side because this is where the farm is. But if you are a morning person, you want to live on this side because the sun rises over here and you want to see the sun rising in the morning. Well, then you can pick this as your master bedroom. You got a TV, you got your thing. You got a standard yellow suit because, again, yellow theme here. Got a shield that comes with it, so if you don't have any leather armor, you don't have a shield yet, that'll get you going. Some more tools to get you going, some more stone stuff. Yellow beds, yellow bathroom. You got, somebody's been using that, I guess. I gotta get a flusher on here. Got a bathroom to splash around in. And it's identical on the other side, so maybe you're not a morning person, maybe you're a night person, or I like seeing the dawn instead of the dusk instead of the dawn, and you want to see like the sunset instead of the sunrise. Well, then you can live on this side of the apartment, which has the same things again. You got some starter equipment, starter tools. And the reason why I did this is not only for you to be either a morning or a night person. I mean, that's up to you what you want to do. But at the same time, let's say you live here and you're like me, maybe you have a girlfriend. Well, you both have red beds here, so you can both live in the one room together. Or if you wanted to have separate rooms and separate space and she had her own chest, so you can have her over there and you over here, or she here, and whatever, anyone anywhere. Maybe you have guests over. Maybe you're playing here and somebody else comes on the server and wants to play for a bit, and he's one of your friends and decides he doesn't want his own hotel room, he just kind of wants to see things and have a look around and not sure if he wants to stay here or not. Well, you can just invite him to your own floor because you got a guest room there and a master bedroom here. Or maybe that's your master bedroom and this is the guest room. So there's definitely space for people. We made sure of that. And you got a clock up here to tell you what time of day it is before you leave your home. If you don't look outside, of course. Every floor. So that was the elevator here. This, if you walked in, it would have taken you up to your yellow floor. You walk up to the next floor here. See? Automatic elevators that take you up to the next floor. So this is the third floor, and like I told you, I won't go through it all in depth again, but it's identical. Exactly what you saw on the first floor is here again. So all the same stuff here. You still got your water exit, you got your workroom here. Storage in this room. You got the bedrooms here, master bedroom, which again matches the color theme. So this is the white floor, which, I mean, it's got a lot of color to it, but this is what white is anyway in concrete. So you got white suit, which again, because, you know, the city scheme kind of doesn't take the black out of the suit that's normally in it to begin with, so dyeing it white just makes it a lighter black. But trust me, it's a white suit. And, we gotta go. Well, thanks for stopping by. We'll be here for quite a while today if you decide to come back. I don't think I'm logging out for a few hours, quite a few hours. So if you want to come back later, you can. If not, the video will always be here if you want to check it out again later. Thanks for stopping by. Moving onward. But yeah, so there's that. And like I said, it's identical to downstairs, so every floor is the same moving up. It's just different color floors. Go all the way to the top floor. This is where somebody lives. No, not this one. Where is it? This one. This is where somebody lives, so I'm not going to go into their apartment, but it's identical again. You know, that's where Bill lives. And this is the blue floor. This is the highest floor you can reach. Stairs and elevator and all that. Then you got the black ceiling up top there. And then you got your electric exit out here. Fly on out. Or you could take the water exit from every floor, or they all have a water exit, or you can take the front door, whatever you choose to do. You can also take the front door from here, so let's say you're this far up in the building and you don't want to run back down the stairs. Well, obviously this is an up-only elevator. But this is a down-only elevator, whichever one you want. Okay, Heather. Got a lot of echo again. Can you fix it? Jeez. But anyway, so yeah, when you go up there, you can come back down through the safe elevators. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything safe to land on here, but as you can see, I'm floating in water. This will break your fall, so you're not going to break your legs coming back down. It's safe, trust me, we went through it all. So elevators all work, up, down, whatever you want to do. However you want to get in and out of here, there's lots of different ways. And that, I believe, covers our city. So one last aerial view. It's obviously not complete because there's a lot of stuff still left to build here, and we haven't decorated at all. We just pretty much put builds down on the flat terrain, and we didn't even decorate the terrain itself. It still looks pretty plain Jane on the floor there. But, yeah, we got a lot more builds to still put in and stuff like that. Moving onward, though, we'll come out this way now to the docks. We got the beach on this side, but there's really nothing special about the beach. The sun rises over here, so this made sense to have the beach over here. I guess we could put it on the dust side, too. It wouldn't really matter which side we put it on. We got a sheep in a boat there, or goat in a boat, in case you want to get in a goat in a boat trophy. Goat in a boat. It's fun to say goat in a boat. Small beach, not a big beach either. Maybe we'll expand on that one day, too. We just kind of threw that there just to have something there. But then you got the docks here. This dock leads out to the yacht, which I'm going to be terrible at, so you're probably not going to see me even bother to attempt it. Here goes some things here. 64 blocks long, 15 wide, 3 floors. It's a fan. Yeah, I built a pirate ship in my other world, a really cool looking pirate ship. I mean, you can imagine if this is what my yacht looks like, then you can see what my pirate ship looks like. Built a pirate ship on another map, but that's the yacht details. If you don't have wings, there's pretty much no way to get on this boat. Not without building or doing things that you're not supposed to do again, obviously. You can do this if you're skilled, which I am not. Okay, see, I failed the first one. I'll try this one more time and then I give up. But if you're really good at parkouring, which I am not again, you can actually parkour that. It's a very hard course because I don't want people having access to this boat, but I suppose if you parkour your way up here, then it's fair and you can come up here and look at the boat. But here's the front deck. You'll be able to see the boat anyway, anyone who's watching this video, because here you get your exclusive access right now. So here's the front deck. Moving around the sides, you can see the inside already. Here's inside. I got some coffee machines for all the crew. Got a little dance floor area, just to find something to fill the space with. Here's not steering. You stand here and you pray that the boat doesn't crash into things and we don't Titanic ourselves, because I guess I never built the steering in there yet. I said not all my builds are hollow, but I also didn't say they're all finished either, alright? Give me a break. Here's the landing deck for a helicopter we don't have, but I guess it's also a landing deck for anybody who has Elytra. You can just land back here. Up top is obviously the steering. Yeah, you guys didn't think I had it done. I built it up here, obviously. I totally didn't forget. I mean, this is pretty poor, too, though. This needs an upgrade. I must have just threw things in here just to get things filled in here so I can move on to something else, because I got so many projects I'm working on. But this is what we got so far. And moving on downward into the lower deck. Always got to have your music. You never know when you might need music. Got a bunch of sitting and seating around here, some more music if you want to listen to music. And then my personal quarters down here, which I have not been in a long time, so this kind of looks new to me even almost. But I got a little bit of everything in here. Anything I could need pretty much in here again. I had a fish tank full of fishes, but that kind of goes back to the whole... I don't know what that one's doing. I got a broken fish. One fish left in there and it's broken. But, yeah, same thing with the despawning with the animals. I keep having despawning all the time, so it's definitely an issue. So I just haven't bothered getting more fish, because until Mojang figures out its despawning problem in Bedrock, there's just no point in collecting anything in this world. At least nothing living, whether they're hostile or not. Mobs just despawn, so... There's the yacht. So under the city, if you actually go back behind the town hall, you'll find the way to the slime farm. And as long as I won't get every one of these books, obviously. Here you go. It's only 2 pages, so I'll just give you a quick look at that. You guys can read it, pause it if you want. I already forgot to do a few of them, but if I remember to do it, I'll open the book so you guys can take a look. So my slime farm, my slime chunks generated in water in this one. So I had to actually box this in and drain out all the water. And then I like to build honeycomb farms when I make mine. So this is the honeycomb farm, which you can basically see the whole thing. It does this all the way down. And you can even stand out here. You don't even have to go inside. I mean, we'll go inside real quick. I'm not going to walk around in there, but they all spawn out there. They do. They will jump thing until they jump off the edge, whatever edge they can jump off. It looks like this all the way around. They land there, which you can see moving current, which will push them forward into the cactus, and they all die by the cactuses. The cactus kills the slimes, and the hoppers pick up all the goodies, which I'm sure has probably been full, because like everything else, every other farm in my city, when you're in the city all the time, yeah, these things just fill up. You can actually see that one chest where we had so many slime balls. Probably like, oh, that's not a lot of slime balls. Yeah, that's because we've been getting so many of them. We started converting them into blocks. See all the blocks we had there. Got a lot of slimes. But that's the slime farm. Oh, good, it's raining out. I can use that. So over here, this is probably one of the luckiest things I've ever seen any of the times I've ever played any of my Minecraft worlds. You're not going to believe what's down here. A mob farm. Look at that. You figured it out. Now you believe it, because I wrote it right there and gave it away spoiled. This is actually all machinery and some tubing to function all the machinery down, to function these farms. But we'll go over that in a second. So going down here, whee, whoop. Not only do we have a skeleton spawner right there, which is awesome, which feeds down into that tube, which goes back up here. We'll break them down one at a time here, which goes all the way up here. And then they pop out up here into this tube where the piston is, and they go down a water flow current right here, and there is snow powder in there, which gives like an 80 to 90% chance that every skeleton that goes through there will turn into a stray. Not all of them work, because you'll get some skeletons that actually go all the way through this and make it, but most of them will turn into strays. So this is a skeleton and a stray farm. You come back down here, and this, yeah, no BS. I was going to say a swear word, but I'm trying to, I know I said a few in this video, I try really hard not to swear. I do my best to keep this family rated, but I fail all the time. But I'm getting better at it. I've only done a couple in this video already, so. God, don't go back and count. Nobody needs to. We know it's a few of them. You don't have to comment below and tell me how many times I swear. I swear too much, I know. One is too many, but yeah, believe it or not, though, this is crazy, right? So we got a skeleton spawner there, and right over here, I can almost still see the skeleton spawner from here, and I can see a zombie spawner right there. And actually, these purple blocks, I mapped it out, every single block I stepped on. I did this world before when I was building this, so I cleared this all out so I could see the spawner. I cleared this all out so I could see the spawner, and I stood here, and they were both active. Stood here, they were both active. Stood here, they were not both active. Like this one I think is off now. But as long as you're standing on these purple blocks, any of these purple blocks, they are both actively turning. So I can stand here, and they will both be running all the time. So that will be pumping them up, and this will be pumping them up. So they spawn down there into that tube, which brings them into a tube down here.
What?
Which this tube is theirs. This is how we get out of here. This is the zombie tube, which brings them up into that. They go all the way up into the chute. They come back down right here. You're getting loud again with the. There you go. They come back down here and they fall into this, which is a waterlogged cobweb. So not only does a cobweb slow them down, a water cobweb will really slow them down. And if you do this to zombies, this goes also like the skeleton one. You have like an 80 to 90% chance again to turn them into drowned. So this is a zombie and a drowned farm. Baby zombies too, actually, but baby zombies have a tendency to clog this up. I don't know why. I guess the water and the cobweb's too much for their little light bodies, so they actually don't seem to go through this very often. So if they start clogging or the spawn rates start to drop, that's why I swam up here. This is what you'd have to do if you came down here to use this. You have to just come up here real quick and just boop these little guys and get rid of them, so that way they're gone. Their drops will eventually fall all the way down, but baby zombies struggle with this one for some reason. But then they fall down here, everything gets collected into here, everything falls into here. So all the skeletons, all the strays, all the zombies, the baby zombies, the drowned, they all funnel into this one spot, and you can just kill everything all in one area. And then you don't even have to worry about picking up the loot, because that's what this room's for. Loot comes down through the floor, and the same thing I got in my storage system, I have here. So it'll sort out everything that everybody drops. You got all your weapons and armor and all the other tools and stuff that will spawn there, but all the regular drops, like the skeleton drops, the zombie drops, the drown drops, arrow drops, the stray drops, they all get filtered. So you can collect everything down here and then still get experience out of here and get items downstairs. Of course, every good experience farm would have a grindstone and a anvil, and then of course you got your enchanting table here. And then believe it or not, so this is where things get crazy. That was a skeleton spawner. That was a zombie spawner. And there is, yes, a spider spawner. 3 different spawners. I mean, it's already crazy when 2 spawners, even if they're both like zombies or both skeletons or something, it's crazy when they're that close together, within so close that you can stand in a block where you can activate 2 spawners at once. That is nuts. When they're 2 different types of mobs spawning that close together, that is a good find in any Minecraft world. When there are 3 different types of spawners, all within range of each other, and all 3 of them are unique spawners, I've never seen that before. Like, the crazy luck to get 3 spawners that a skeleton decided to be there, and a zombie decided to be here, and a spider decided to be there, is nuts. But yes, I have turned all these into just one massive farm. This one is a little different than the other guys. It's also running on auto clock like you saw on my farms. And come down here, and they funnel down into here, and the water will push them all the way through. There's actually, that's what the clock's for actually in here. There's a piston wall, because spiders like to climb on crap all the time, so just like that, it'll trigger and shake everything off the wall, and they fall into the water. So everything's always in the water, and if they're not in the water, that'll shake them off the wall into the water. And then they all fall and funnel into this point, and they are poisonous, so as long as you stay right here and don't go further than this, they can't reach you from this point. So this fence is like a guideline, and then you can just slap them from here, and you know, everything will funnel on down. And then if they start climbing up here, like if you want to kill them up here, if they start bouncing around, or if you're like swiping them and they're jumping and you swipe them and they jump, and it's not like, it's not hard to kill them, but it's not like efficient. You can just do this to condense it down even more, and that way they're only in the one block, so you can just swipe, kill, swipe, kill, swipe, kill. You don't have to worry about them bouncing around. It was more of a convenience of life thing, but it's not really like necessary. But yeah, so this was a crazy find. Finding this farm was awesome, and it's been doing most of my weapon repairs, all the mending that we needed, all the drops that we've needed, which made this guy obsolete, because we built this before. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Yeah, so this was the original one. This was the all mob farm turner here. Just everything spawned up there, and then it all would just cycle down here. It's also on a clock up there, and whenever it shifts over, water spits out, clears everything out, and then it shifts back, so that way things can spawn, and then it shifts the water, and it just keeps cycling them through. And it's just a kill machine, so this one is no XP at all. Everything falls down here, everything dies, everything gets sorted into chests, and then you can just sit up there and AFK if you wanted to while things did it. But it wasn't obviously super efficient, because it's only one floor. We never made it like a honeycomb thing like the other one. Like I said, that one needs either an update to either get bigger, or it needs just a complete overhauling, because it's not like the most... There's so many better farms out there, and I'd barely call that one maybe a concept of a farm, because it's really not even a farm. So this, on the other hand, is definitely a very big build farm, because not only did we get 3 different types of spawners there, if you want to call this a type of spawner, well, this is a guardian farm also very nearby. and a slime spawner nearby. So we have like all different kinds of mobs all spawning relatively close to the city here. So down here, I've dug this whole thing out and undid it, well, I don't think it changed much. Basically, I just boxed this whole thing in, because this is all the locations. You see those spots in there that don't have sand on them? Because there's still sand in there pushing everything up, which is probably not doing great for the frame rates here. All these bubbles. I wish I could turn off particles, because the bubbles are just killing everything. But, bubbles push everything up, and all those blank spots, that's where guardians spawn on this. I had to, like, math this whole thing out, exactly what location that guardians will spawn on, like the exact block on what is it called? Oh boy. Ocean Temple. On an Ocean Temple is exactly where they spawn, so I had to find their spawning locations, not tamper with those, so that way they can still spawn there. So they spawn there, spawn there, spawn there, spawn there, and then as I go along the temple, you'll see other spots that don't have sand on it that they can potentially spawn on. When they spawn there, eventually they'll swim in a direction and they'll get caught in the bubbles pretty quickly, which will pop them all up into here, and then that's just moving water again at the top here, sitting on top of a bunch of fence gates, which basically funnels into like a pyramid shape, like an upside down pyramid shape, all into the centerpiece there. Which then you come into here, which is then hollowed out and emptied. I don't know if you guys ever seen one of these. I mean, you can YouTube it. You can YouTube anything in this world, but if you've never seen one before, this is what an empty temple looks like. It's been hollowed out and emptied out and dried out. And then they all fall into here. They take plenty of lava damage falling through this, and then they fall down here, put them basically in one-hit mode. You know, after all the lava damage, they get put out by the fire with the water down here, and it's also moving water again, so it'll flow them into this corner where you're standing, so you can just one-shot everything right here. And you get your XP out of it, and you get all the drops you need out of it. That one hasn't been sorted through yet, but... Don't use that one too often anymore. We made that one early in the world, but there's better farms now, and we're working on a new one in the Nether as well, so pretty good farms that we're working on. So this has been, it works, but it's been obsolete since then. So over here, this big square patch is Pixel Art Island. We found an entire square that if you came here with a blank map, and you opened it right here, standing here, that this whole white square would be a whole white square in my hand right now. I mean, I got a zoomed out one. The one in my hand right now is like, this is a world map. You know, this is like, it's been zoomed out a few times, but like a normal plane map, like one that's hasn't been opened at all yet. You open it for the first time. It's the size of this entire square. We mapped out we mapped out a map, and we got a whole square all white. And the reason for that is because you can come down here and take all the wool that we've farmed so far, take whatever colors you need, and you can put them down. Because see, when you open a map, you get a whole white border to work with, and then you can put a whole bunch of colors down, like that for instance, or like this for instance, and you can make your own pixel art. And then when you're done, you can save it, because once you open up the map, then you can redupe the map as many times as you want to dupe the map over. Where's your cup? I'll have to get him a drink in a second here. But yeah, you can redupe, you know, once you have a map, you can duplicate maps easily. And this is what the map looks like. So you can, instead of using like Mojang's painting arts, which are limited and some of them are kind of crappy. Alright, go upstairs, go play. I get you milk? Mm-hmm. Okay, go play. Get milk, go play. But instead of having their art, you can make your own art. So as long as you have the pixels that you need to know, each square here is a square block in these chests, so it's very one-to-one. So as long as you know what it looks like and you can pixelate it, and you can fit it within this border, which is stated here, as long as it's something, it's a pixel art that you found, maybe you Google searched it or know your own pixel art, and you can fit it in a 127 by 127 design, you can fit it in a square like this, then you can use Pixel Art Island to make your own stuff. See, that's something I made from Futurama, because I like Futurama. Obviously, I like Doom a lot, because, again, there's another thing I made, I like Doom. And, you know, these are basic, like, generic designs you could probably Google search and find and be able to just make these normally, or if you have, like, you know, an old Doom logo like I do, you can just, like, copy a Doom logo and make that yourself. Or if you just want to make your own freehand style, this is something Epona has made, and you can just freehand whatever kind of art you want, and just make your own kind of thing. You can make whatever you want, as long as you can fit it up there. So that's Pixel Art Island. Actually, you know what? Let me get this back out so I can keep seeing where our builds are. Went over the Guardian, went over the yacht, went over everything else. Let's hit this real quick before we fly too far past it. Since we are playing a pixelated game, right? I mean, we just talked about it. It's convenient timing. Why not pay tribute to one of the first pixelated things, or at least for me anyway, pixelated things that I ever got my hands on, because I started playing Zeldas and Marios way back on Nintendo when I was a kid. You know, the original champions of the pixel, before Minecraft was all pixel, so we made Mario Mountain over here, which is also known as Money Mountain, and there's a secret for that one, but this is one of the secrets I will show you in this video. I haven't showed you some of my other secrets, but I will show you this secret. So we got Mario Mountain, which is also known as Money Mountain, and the reason why this is Money Mountain is because I keep my secret vault back here. I don't actually keep my vault in the city, and I don't keep my vault in an ender chest. My vault is actually back here. See, Money Mountain. Come over here, and you drop down this one into the vault. And any blocks that I haven't used in a build yet have pretty much ended up here. I have a bunch of stored things, like I have a bunch of extra diamonds and stuff like that, and a bunch of emeralds and iron and all these different kinds of ores. I have them stored at home, so in case I need to grab resources to build something, I have resources to still build something. But as we get more and more pieces from the vault, you know, it might fill this place up more and more and more as things keep going. You know, there's a bunch of diamonds here and diamond blocks and all the different kind of ores and blocks and ores and blocks. And so as we mine things out in the world, you know, and supplies, like we start getting overload on supplies, like the factory has too much supplies in it, then the excess of supplies will end up here and we put it in the vault. Which maybe one day I might have to dig this and make that even bigger too. But for now, it's fine. So that's the secret of Money Mountain that most people don't know about. Don't need people going there stealing stuff, but hopefully anyone who plays in this world doesn't steal anyway, so. But that's my secret vault. Got a little ravine over here. You gotta be careful with that one, but that's why we got it all fenced in here, so hopefully you don't hurt yourself. Alright, on to one of the biggest projects I've worked on in this world, besides, obviously, home and all that other stuff. The Dome. Welcome to Dark City. This took a long time to make. I had to build a perimeter around the whole area I decided I wanted to build in. I had to figure out what the fuck what is it? I don't know. It's a generator, though, basically. I had to figure out dimensions, is the word I was looking for. I had to figure out what the dimensions were of this thing. Because trying to get a perfect circle, and then also making a perfect circle in Minecraft is hard, but not that hard. It's not doable. Making a big circle is a little bit harder, so you might want to actually have that one mapped out, because making smaller circles is one thing, making big circles is a pain. You might need a generator even to do something of this size. Making a dome, something that's like round-shaped, because this looks pretty round-shaped, is really hard to do. So you're going to have to find like a spherical generator or some sort of 3D generator to get something like this. And that took a long time to do. And then it took even longer to get the resources to do it and put it down, because all this stuff is stained glass, because I need to keep it dark in there. It's Dark City, you know? So even during the sunrise in here, it's dark time. It's 24/7 dark all the time. The sun up or sun down don't matter. There's always bad things in there. Which is what this track from my city back to Atlantis leads to over here. And this place has a couple rules if you want to come down here, because this is just like a huge combative zone, basically. We're going to make a game out of this at some point, too. I'm going to make like a dungeon raider out of here, so that way you can go like dungeon farming and, you know, go like boss battle and get some loot and stuff like that. We're going to do like a bunch of fun stuff out of this place. But it's a project I'm working on, and it's not finished yet. But eventually it will be. So the rules here is that you don't bring any lights here. Whatever lights are in there are the only lights allowed in there. You don't bring any tools in there. Just keep things that you need to feed yourself and things that you need for weapons and whatever armors and stuff. But there's no digging, no mining, no breaking blocks. You know, whatever is built in there is like meant to be the way that it is. And then at the same time, you can kill stuff in there, obviously, and you can feed yourself whatever. Just don't break anything. We're going to build caves in there, make tunnels, make systems like that. So you won't have to worry about doing any of that anyway. So coming into Dark City for the first time, and this might get a little dark on YouTube, I don't know what the quality is going to look like, but you got some caves here to go into. This one's flooded out with lava, but that doesn't mean you can't go down that way. You can't dig anywhere, and you can't do any digging and mining and blocking and using blocks and putting blocks down. You can't do any of that, yeah, but that still doesn't mean you can't go down that way. There's ways in Minecraft where you can go in lava, so, you know, don't think just because there's lava here you can't do nothing, you know, just gotta be smart. So just think about it and figure out how you can get through and wade through lava, you know, it's not hard. So, and then you can go down that way and explore down that way. You got all the warnings here. These are all, like, written by the monsters. They're telling you not to come into their city. Here's your last warning. Here lies you in the coffin. The zombies really don't want you here. This is their city. So all the monsters in the world that you ever see in the world, this is where they come from. They come from the Dark City. And they pour out of here out into the world. And they come to hunt you at nighttime. And then during the daytime, they'll come back here. Here's all the graves of all the people that tried raiding their cities. So here's the graveyard. Cool fun fact. There's a couple secrets around here if you read. See, like that one's a secret. They're all riddles, so you have to understand the riddles. And then, like, there's a secret there. Grace of Atlantis in water. And you're like, what does that mean? Well, if you look around, there are some water. You step in here, and you get the power of Atlantis. Ooh. I get some night vision and a little bit of water bonuses for until that wears off, but helps you see a little bit in here. So there's little secrets in here that you can look around, a bunch of Easter eggs. This is definitely a work in progress. I gotta expand on the nether part of this whole thing, you know, the nether wart and the crimson and all that stuff. I gotta get this all, grow this out more, I'll grow that out more. Over here, I'm actually going to build a city, because it's supposed to be a dark city after all, right? So I'm going to build a bunch of, like, broken down buildings and things that look like they've been blown up, because I'm sure creepers and all sorts of things. Not only is there a natural pillager tower in here, so you're going to have a bunch of pillagers to deal with, which is going to be a pain walking through here. This is a very evil place to be, but all regular mobs in the world are going to spawn in here, because this is always dark all the time, sun up or not, so you're going to get creepers and all sorts of stuff in here, and, you know, they can blow up blocks, of course, because creepers will, so they can break things and do stuff you can't, but, you know, things, they blow up and create messes, you know, whatever. I'll either patch it later if it starts getting too bad, or maybe I'll just make it part of the natural terrain here, because that's what creepers do, right? They blow things up, so. But we got that, so we got this going here, this forest over behind me going. I designed this area to be very slow, so it's hard to walk through this with the sand. And with it being peaceful, this doesn't hurt yet, but these are all wither plants, and those are all over the place in here too, so that makes it even more dangerous to be in here. Then you're going to have pillagers in here, then you're going to have creepers and every other type of monster in here, so it's like, this is a battle in here. Like, you're coming for a fight if you're coming into this place, because you really have to have some good gear and good equipment in here so you don't get dead. Eventually, if you make it this far and get in here, I'm not sure why these are here right now. Probably they were in here because we were sleeping. But these aren't going to stay here, most likely. I might make like a checkpoint system and put them somewhere in here, so that way you'll have a respawn point, but I'm not going to put them here. Up here is the escape, so when you want to get out of this place, you just come in here, escape for those who wish to leave. I mean, you can go out the way you came if you wanted to, but if you want to just, like, you're in the heart of this place and you're, like, maybe dying, you're like, I need out of here now, just walk into here and just poof, you're gone. Funny thing is, actually, where this portal is connected, if you walk out of here, you can leave, but if you walk in the portal in the nether, you don't come back through this portal. There's still only one way into this place. You can't use this portal to come back into it. It actually attaches to a different portal, so I think it'll take you back to Atlantis if you try to use the nether portal, so there's no cheating. You can't get in here easy, that's for sure. But these are going to get taken up because I'm actually going to dig this down, and this is where the raid, like the dungeon raiding, is going to start. So there's going to be a basement area here, either an elevator or stairs or something that's going to go deep down into the world. And there's going to be a whole cave system down there that you can explore, and with a bunch of chests, with a bunch of loot. Obviously, mobs galore, and then It would be great if that led into, like, a deep dark, but I don't think that's going to be my luck. But that would be awesome if it did. But even if it doesn't, I think I'm going to build a wither setup down there. So, like, the final boss of the dungeon will be, like, a wither or something like that. And if you can beat that, then you get its prize or something, you know. We'll make a game out of it. We've been talking about it. We make a lot of games out of a lot of the builds here, so. But this project, you can imagine just looking at how much glass and how much crap there is everywhere, it took a long time to put up. This was a pain to do. Mostly because the shape. With it being an oval shape, that's what makes it a pain. Putting these many blocks down the world is not hard to do. If this whole thing was flat, that wouldn't have been a big deal, but making it a dome shape, that took a long time. But now that most of the design is done, I just need to do a couple more decoratings of buildings and add some more things to the Dark City, and then the Dark City will be more operational, and then we can get the raids going. And then it'll be real fun. Do like some combatives in there or something like that. Or maybe if you decide to start dueling other players and then you want to really amp up your duel, go duel in the Dark City. Good luck with that one. PvPvE. That's the Dark City. So another cool thing in here, for me anyway, I don't know if you guys care, but it's cool to me. Things that naturally generate in this world to begin with, which are really, really, really rare, which I found are either, I think, in swamps or deserts, are bones, like fossils. We found a fossil in this world, so we made like an excavator system over here. And if you actually generated the code to this world, you would find this bone structure exactly like this. Oh, why do you always gotta have the echo?
What?
You're echoing again.
I don't know why I'm echoing.
Well, whatever you're doing, you keep turning it on and turn it off. You turn it on, you turn it off. I keep telling you to stop doing this, and then in a few minutes you start echoing again. Like right now, it's not echoing at all. Stop doing or undoing whatever you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just playing Minecraft. I'm just sitting here, literally just playing Minecraft. I don't know why it's doing that.
Figure it out!
I don't know!
Well, something you keep doing on your end, it keeps like right now it's not bad, but then every once in a while you have like this really extra feedback that comes in. I don't know if I don't have my video loud enough on the phone. I can still hear myself talking right now. I'm just keeping an eye on the live feed here to make sure it's still working good. But every once in a while I get it really bad on my end. Hopefully it's just coming through on my controller and I just sound like an idiot to everybody watching because maybe they don't hear it as bad. I get really bad feedback.
I hear your phone every once in a while. And you should stop saying my name and start calling me Pona.
No. So anyway.
Yes.
I already told people at the beginning of the video I'm bad with names. People ask me all the time because I keep saying Chris, and I was like, yeah, if you guys hear me say that, I'm talking about Crazy Boy. I forget people's names and I just start saying their real names and then people ask me who I'm talking about. That's who I'm talking about. Anyway, so yeah, if you come here and you got these coordinates in this world and you use this map, this bone setup will be here generated in the world. Like, this is a fossil that we found naturally in the world. The only thing we did was we dug around it, of course. We took all the blocks out of the inside, we took the blocks on the top of it and around it, built the excavator around the whole thing. But it was easy to find because we were in here naturally. We weren't just digging around looking for stuff like that. We were in one of these areas, the mine shaft, and as we came over here, I saw this weird shaped wall, because you can tell it doesn't really blend with stone there. And I was like, what is this? And I was like, oh my god, I think this is a fossil. And I broke a block just to see that it was a bone block, and then I put it back, of course, because I don't want to keep this thing intact. This thing's awesome. I was like, oh my god, I found a fossil. So we dug this out when we found it, and we built like an excavator around it. So this is a fossil of, yes, I don't know, skull maybe? A cyclops? What do you think it is? Comment below what you guys think it is. I don't know what it is. It looks like a skull to me. It could be a cyclops. I guess its eye right there. Maybe that's like its mouth and its jaw's missing or something. Maybe it's a rib cage. Maybe it's like laying flat and this is a rib cage of some kind. I don't know. Maybe there actually is what it is if you look it up on like a wiki or something like that and it says this type of fossil is. I don't know what's that big in this game in the first place. I've never seen any mobs like that walking around with bones. But that's that. Our world tour here is almost at an end. You've now seen the starter world, or the starter zone. You've seen Honeywood, you've seen the lighthouse, you've seen all the builds next to Atlantis, you've seen Hyrule. I've seen all the things around here. Out this way is one of our builders. His is always hard to find because he didn't go far away from the city, but he went far enough that if you go in the wrong direction just a little bit, you don't find it. But there's his. I'm not going to stop here because there's not much to show here. He just has some houses going and some farmland. But this is like his area that he's starting. It's close to the city, you know, he's not too far away. So if he needs anything or something, we're nearby, but that's his build out there. You saw Hyrule, you saw Honeywood. Crazy Boy doesn't have much going on in his. He's just got, like I said, we kind of walked by. He's just got a treehouse over there, which isn't nothing to show, and I'm not going to go inside of his home, but he's got his treehouse going. The end, I don't think I built any. I mean, I built quite a few things in the end, but there's nothing to really show. It's all I've been terraforming because we've been prepping it for work, and I haven't really built much there. Moving on to today's project and me finally getting back to work, so I'm probably going to do a lot less talking. I don't know if I can play music and it's going to come through the live feed or not. If it doesn't come through the live feed, then I'm probably just going to play music and then get back to work here, and you're not going to hear me talking as much as I am now. But if I can't play music, because obviously it's going to be like one of those YouTube doesn't allow music things, you know, so I gotta be careful. I can't just play like other people's music and get copyrighted or something. What is I gonna do? Drop this crap off. Oh, right, I came here to fill this up. That's what I originally came back for. Oh, you know what? I just remembered why I took so much fall damage earlier. Because I took all this stuff off so you guys could see my pretty mug, which I haven't showed you much in this video before because I don't do a lot of talking in the third person here, but let's get all my gear back on so I stop taking fall damage and stuff. But yeah, depending on if I can listen to music or not, that's pretty much going to end my walkthrough for now. I thought I had more than that. I am broke. Well, I guess I didn't need a shulker box for that then. I came back here to fill it up, but I guess I'm out of gravel now. I thought I had a whole half box left in there to grab. Alright, so I'll do one more little walkthrough in the Nether, and then I'm going to get to work. I'll keep streaming, but there's not much left for me to show. Oh, by the way, which I totally just kind of nonchalanted through that whole thing there. When I flew up there and I dropped off those blocks, that was... I'll just go there already. Jeez, I'm already talking about it. I don't like people in my house, but I don't mind showing my house. You know, So there's a secret elevator in the hotel to actually get up here. You don't have to fly. I left this open. That was stupid. But yeah, so this is the penthouse. So this is the top floor here. So here's my bedroom area. These are all my rocket refills. A lot of rocket refills. As soon as you get wings, you have to start making rockets a priority, so. Music discs, I can listen to my music in here. Got my kitchen area. This is obviously not identical to the lower floors, because this is a penthouse, not a suite like everybody else's, so. I had a water collection potion thing here, but Minecraft, like, specifically, Mojang said themselves deliberately that having this design was too overpowered for players to have, so it was short-lived. It was lived long enough for me to collect, long enough for me to collect all these potions using the dripstone, but they decided that it was way too overpowered to give to players, so as quick as they gave it to us, they quickly took it away from us. So this doesn't work anymore. But this was working for a while, and I was filling this up. This is why that's there. This is an automated version of the whole thing. So the whole making's back there. So all you do is just pick the ingredients in order of what you need. So let's say you make something that uses, the magma cream. I forget which one, Regen does that, or fire resistance or something. So you click your magma cream, which will go into the machine. And then if you want to power it up, you got all these things here to power it. So you can either do like redstone power or glowstone power, and then you got your dragon breath, or if you want to do a splash potion for the gunpowder, and you got your nether wart to make it awkward, so your nether wart, then you pick this, then you pick the power you want, and then your potions get brewed, and then they come out into here. So it's all automated, which is kind of cool. Nothing back here, just fancy machinery. Got the bathroom in here. Some fancy stuff, nothing special again. If you don't know the recipes, I actually have them here. This probably looks like a mess, but actually you just read it left to right. It's pretty simple. So if you want to make a potion of leaping, you just make, you use, like here, to make an awkward potion, you just use the nether wart is what that says. Nether wart, you get an awkward potion. Well, you start with a water bottle, then you use the nether wart, and then you get an awkward potion. You use that, you get a splash potion. You use these two, you get a lingering potion. And they do the same thing, you just read left to right here. So with a rabbit's foot, you can get a potion of leaping, but if you add red to it, you get, with more time leaping. You add yellow to it instead of red, then you get jump 2, So instead of writing them down on the wall and just having a whole, panel of signs everywhere with writing, I just decided to just store them in the box like this, so you can just read it left to right and go, I need this ingredient, that ingredient to make this ingredient, and then that's how you make the potions. You got my storage room here. This is just like all my food and stuff like that I keep stored. Nothing special. A hallway transition. This is my work room and my armor room. Showing off all the things we've collected in the world again. And then over here you got my living room. Always gotta have a widescreen TV. And a grandfather clock. And then I have exits in all 4 corners if I want to get in and out real quickly, or I can just, of course, take my Elytra exit. Alright, so last thing, now we'll move on to the nether. And we'll show you what's going on here. Down here is just a quarry. We were digging down there when we first came in here looking for stuff. We haven't used that in a long time. Out here is where the major project is, which you probably can't tell. I'll start over here, I guess, real quick. So this is a fast travel system. We can't make a nether hub as cool as Java can, because again, I say this is under those lines of one of those things that Mojang has stolen from us. They steal from me all the time, so I steal from them. That's how I get all those other things I'm not supposed to have, because they like being jerks to that rock, so I'm a jerk right back, and I'll just do things myself. Because we can't build on the nether roof, Java can. But, as cool as the nether hubs are, because the nether hub is always the way to go, I found a way to break bedrock. So you come up here. I don't know why these vines are growing all the way up. I'm not supposed to do that. There you go. If you read those coordinates down below before you came up here, those coordinates will tell you where to go. So now that we're on the roof, you can travel any direction without getting hindered by anything, and just read the coordinates in the corner and just travel to the coordinate you need to go to, in which case, like, oh now we're at our coordinate. Damn vines. The vines were here only literally at the bottom just to catch you from fall damage. They weren't supposed to catch you down the whole entire tube, because now it makes traveling up and down this thing really slow. But yeah, so if you go up there, you'll find a hole punched out through the roof, and you can go fly over to Honeywood's coordinates, or the Mushroom Island coordinates, because traveling there overland is really far away, but here it's only 1,000 blocks. So you go up there, and you just travel in those coordinates, and you find another hole punched in the roof, and there's my nether hub. But in Mojang tradition, they stole this from me as well too now, so now I can't even use the nether hub. I mean, I can use this nether hub, but I can't make more nether hubs anymore, because the bedrock breaking, for breaking bedrock upward, I know there's probably still one, I think, for breaking downward, but I don't think there's one breaking upward, unless a new one comes out. I mean, the new ones always come out all the time anyway, so eventually there'll probably be more, but the one I was using doesn't work anymore. So I'll have to wait for a new design, or somebody to come up with something to break bedrock, and then I can keep adding to the nether hub. But for now, there's only 3 spots that you can fast travel, you know, in the nether through the roof, and get around places really quickly. Over here, this old tunnel leads to the Atlantis portal, so it goes that way and then just takes a left hook there and goes down that way. I think the portal's like somewhere right over there. It's not too far away, because bottom right on the map in my hand is Honeywood and top left is Atlantis, so you just go in that direction in the nether and not that far away, because nether travels fast, so the portal's like right over there somewhere. As you may see, things look kind of weird in here if you're looking around. It's not like the normal shape you're probably used to. Like, things are just really, like, some areas just flat and, like, really boxy shaped here. That's because we're doing a lot of work here. A lot of work. I can't stress that enough. As you can see, if you can see, I guess it depends on the quality of the video, but we'll fly around. This whole thing has been chunked out, and it's been getting mined down and down and down and down, and we've even put walls up around everywhere in a giant circular pattern. You thought the Dark City was big with its circular pattern? This is the biggest one. I think this is over like 300 blocks across or something like that. I don't even know. One end to the other. We're at negative 45. Yeah, you're seeing a whole bunch of machinery right now. Negative 45 to positive 111, you know, so however many blocks across that is how big the diameter of this circle is. And the machine above my head is a concept design we came up with, because we built this in a strip before. This guy right over here. In a long strip just like that, and they put TNT in it, and that's what we put here originally to see how well it would work. And we did like 3 or 4 rows of it, and we triggered it, set it off, and it dropped bombs over and over and over and over and over and over, because digging this out with pickaxes is how we got this far. We went from the bedrock ceiling all the way down to where we are now, which is a lot of blocks taken out in a giant circle pattern, and this many layers got wiped out. It took a long time to do. And we went through quite a few pickaxes doing it, and we were like, there's got to be a better way. So we started collecting a whole bunch of TNT, making a whole bunch of dispensers, just a few at first, just to test out this idea and how much we can actually just blow away so we don't have to mine it, which worked out, as you can see, pretty well, because there is a giant crater all through the whole half of this thing, cutting this circle straight in half. A little bit bad here, missed quite a few chunks there, but for the most part, it took out the bulk of this place. We'll still have to be careful around the walls, because that's where we're trying to keep these borders without blowing them all to pieces. We didn't make it go all the way this far, so all this will still have to get mined down to the bottom, but that's way better than taking everything out of here by hand. But now that this concept works and it takes out majority, Crazy Boy, what he's been doing all morning, has been working in here. This is the project I've been telling you about since I started this stream. He's been in here just working away on this, building this thing. Probably going nuts in here, just going away, just block, 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 doing that over. I can only imagine how long it took him to put all this together. All these dispensers, all these rows. He's probably hooked them all up by now. Yep. So he's wiring them all up so that way he can push a button and this thing just TNT, boom, everything. So, this is what we're going to be working on for the foreseeable future in my projects anyway. This is why all my projects have been on delay. Look, all these boxes that we need to come up here with so many supplies, because we don't do anything in creative. We are adamant about keeping trophies always active in this world, and we're never going to cheat these materials in, so like collecting all these resources takes a lot. But they've been working away on that, so he's building that and getting it done. It looks like he's taking it down as he's going, which is good. So as he's filling them up, because he's probably filling them with TNT, I imagine, too. He's building the whole machine, wiring it up, then filling it with TNT, and then removing the lower blocks that he's using to put the dispensers in there, because he has to be underneath it to put them facing in that direction. But once he gets it all set up and it's all good to go, we're going to start flicking some switches and we're going to blow this whole circle the heck out of here. Because digging it out has been a pain. And eventually, what this is, I've already mapped dead. Okay.
Good job. And on that note, I gotta go, because I gotta get ready for work.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
Oh, stupid game. What am I doing in here? I wasn't even going down that vertically. I don't even know why I took that much fall damage. Overestimating or underestimating all the time. I don't know. Well, good thing I landed where I did. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Anybody who watches this video, because I rarely ever die in this game, so I'm glad it always happens when nobody's around, but obviously Epona saw it. Never happens to me, and now I die. Let's make sure I got all my stuff. I shouldn't have gone far anyway. Here's that. Where's the axe? There's the axe and the shovel. Put these here. Put that over there. That over there. Put all these things back where I like having them. And this is just crap on me, because I guess I've been picking it up walking around. But yeah, so this is the outline, now that I'm not dead, of what the farm is going to be. And the reason for this whole build is because you lucky SOBs on Java get to build on the roof. We don't. So since I can't build this on the roof, because that's obviously 100% where I would be if I could be, I have to build it down here. And I want to make this the most efficient farm I have ever made. And like I said at the beginning of this video, we aren't worried about the time it takes to make a project. And then this is going to take a long time to get this done. But it's fine, because this is just going to be like a long-term project. And when it gets done, it'll be awesome when it's done. But for now, this is what we're working on. And this is one of the major projects in this world. But we're going to get this thing done, and basically that entire circle that you saw mined out all the way up top, we're bringing that whole thing down to bedrock down here. All the way down, everything. It's all getting wiped out, completely hollow in this place. When it is completely hollow in this place, there won't even be lava or anything left, because we're in the process of killing that right now too. It's coming on over here in the machine that I have set up. It's a very simple design. All you do is put a piston down here, put redstone here, a block here, because when this has power, it's going to power that, which powers the piston. And then you got your power source right here. It's just these two things. So putting a block here, so power goes into this. When you put a block down here, that power now transfers into this block, which gives this power, which powers this, which powers your piston. So literally what I'm looking at right here, if you guys don't know how to make like a gravity machine, it's just this. Same thing you're looking at right here while I'm jumping up. Just pause it and you can see it. And then as you do this, you just stand here and you just go. And it'll automatically put blocks out for you until, you reach the piston's limit of pushing. But this is how you fill things up, whether you're filling up water or you're filling up lava. Shout out to Pixel Riffs. He actually is a YouTuber for Java's Minecraft. Pixel, you're the guy I actually learned this from. I doubt you'll ever see this video, and if you do, you're sure is crap. Probably not going to watch it to this point, because I'm sure I've been streaming for hours now, so you're not going to ever know that I even said this. But Pixel, I watch you all the time, man. You make great content. This is actually one of your designs in Java, which of course, it's a simple redstone design, and redstone functions relatively the same. Well, it doesn't, but it functions, the power transfer functions the same way as it does in Java. So I actually borrowed this from you. I don't know if you borrowed it from anybody, but I was actually doing this before, which works too. I mean, it's not a bad way of doing it. It's a manual way of doing it, but I'm using your design pixel I saw in your recent videos on your Minecraft survival guide to be able to do this. So, thank you for that. It's helped me just be even more lazy and stand in one spot and fill out a whole column worth of stuff now. And because of you, it's going to make this lava transfer go a lot faster, because I need to get rid of all this lava, so that way we can continue blowing things up. And once we blow everything up all the way down... Here! There's cups out here. Come here! But once we get all this lava out here, and we're going to continue blowing things up, give it to Mommy. And then we're going to get this all cleared out, and then it'll be empty like this, which it still isn't down, because we've got a lot of layers still below us to keep going. But once this is all cleared out, it'll be emptied, so we don't have lava for these guys to spawn in, and won't be any blocks here for anyone to spawn in, because once this is all completely gone, which is going to be a long time from now, I can't stress that enough, but once this is all gone, and this is all gone, and we got a giant circle just carved out of this place, then I'm going to cover the whole floor in glass so nothing can spawn on it. And then if you guys don't already know this, or anyone that's adept at building farms in the nether, I'm building a, you can probably even tell by this, actually, this outer ring. I am building a zombie, what is it called? Not a hoglin, piglin. Zombie piglin farm. Which is also known as a gold farm, or an XP farm, especially this quality. It's going to be definitely a gold and an XP farm for sure, because once I take out all the coordinates standing here, this is the center where the purple is, the obsidian. Once I'm standing here, I am beyond the range. It's 127 blocks, I think, in every direction from me from where the circle is. So it's 127 that way, that way, that way, every way. So I am so far out of the radius of anything that nothing is going to be even loaded into the world while I'm in the nether. Nothing's going to be able to spawn into this world without having the proper spawning locations. Since things can't spawn on glass, they're not going to be down here. This guy's only down here because he can't spawn even on these blocks out here. You can see he's taking damage from it. And he didn't spawn here, he just fell from up there and landed on the glass. Because nothing can spawn on glass. But zombie piglin can spawn on this. And once I build this, I'm going to honeycomb this from the floor up to the ceiling, potentially. I don't know how high I'm going to go with it, but I'm going to spawn it pretty high. And then once you stand in the center, all you got to do is just boop yourself a zombie pigman, and one makes all the rest of them angry, and then you just have hundreds of them floating into you. And then this farm is going to be crazy when it's up and running. This is probably going to be the best farm I'll ever make, and I don't think I'll ever make a better one than this, because even with all the things that come out in the future, nothing will probably still be better than this. Sorry about that. Took a quick pause. I should have said something. Girlfriend's heading off to work. Saying bye to her. So yeah, moving on. This is going to be the best farm I probably will ever design, because I don't see how anything's ever going to be functionally better than this anyway. So, once I remove all the spawn choices for anything in the world to ever spawn into, or spawn, or sit around, or do anything, the only thing that's going to be able to spawn here is what I want to spawn here. This farm is going to be just crazy. There are a couple other builds in the nether, but I'm probably not going to be working on those, or even really showing those off right now, because I'm not sure exactly where they are. I'm pretty sure they're out in that direction, maybe. I'll do a quick fly, and if I see them, we'll stop, but I'm not sure if I know exactly where they are. We did builds out here, around the nether fortress, and in the nether fortress, but I'm not quite sure where anything is. Oh yeah, here's one of them. This is really old, we haven't used this in a while, but this was supposed to be a wither spawning area, where we can just come up here, because there's a giant area covering the nether, where withers can spawn in, because the fortress is underneath us, so we just flatten this floor out, and then put these here, so that way, you know, whatever columns withers are in, we can get their attention, and then just beat on them from the other side. Not the most efficient thing in the world, but, you know, it got the job done for us to get wither skulls. And then one of my fancier designs in the nether that is complete is the Blaze Farm, which is an interesting farm because I use this, damn it, This manipulates their pathing. There's a pathing manipulation farm, which I think is cool because I've never built a farm like that before. So we took every block out of the world, or well, out of their line of sight, except for this chunk right here. Put them there. I'm not sure if this works anymore. It may or may not. It did when I built this, but they changed things in this game so many times. It almost makes it pointless to build farms because they keep breaking them all the time. But this is a farm also not designed by me. I don't remember who made this. But they spawn in here basically, and what they do is they look for a block to path to. It's mob pathing. You know, mob pathing's pretty basic in this game. Anyone who knows how mob pathing works, they look for a block, they pick a block, and then they path their way over to it, whatever the way is to get to it. Well, since there's nothing in this room for them to see a block and pick a block, over here they have a whole bunch of blocks in this giant chunk I left here for them to go, there's a block, let's go over there. And it manipulates their pathing into going anywhere, so you don't need to push them around with lava or like some mobs you push with water. Like, you just manipulate their pathing into thinking they can come over here, because with these trapdoors here, they think they can path this way, and they go, oh, I want to go stand on that block over there, and they path themselves into the corner, and then they fall down here, and then you just keep beating on them as they keep spawning, and they keep falling over here, because eventually, they might sit there for a minute or two, or however long, couple seconds, but eventually they're going to pick a spot where they want to walk to, and they're always going to pick this direction. They're always going to come into this corner and fall. So you can just keep sitting here and keep beating on them. And like I said, it was working once upon a time. I don't know. I haven't used the farm in ages now, so I don't know if it's still working now. But we were collecting tons of goodies from these guys. I guess I emptied out that chest. It used to be full, but probably got it all back home now because I haven't been here in a long time. This, since I'm standing next to it and remember to do it, there you go, tells you the date, tells you how many blocks, constructed by who, but yeah, so there's all that. There is a couple fast travel systems that used to be in this world because, again, Java being the lucky one here, not the child that Mojang hates, which is us, you guys can travel around in the nether using ice blocks. Ice block fast traveling, which I think I might have actually borrowed off now. Is it right there? I don't know where it is. There's a tunnel system in here that I had fast traveling around where you can put a bunch of ice blocks down, then you put a boat down on the ice blocks, and then you just go like insanely crazy to travel around here. They took that away from us. That used to be a thing. It's still a thing for you guys in Java, but they took that away from us because they hate us. But I had a bunch of tunnel systems built in here which are now obsolete because we don't use them anymore, and I've sealed them off because we don't even access them anymore because, again, we can't use... it just doesn't work. You know, what works in Java doesn't work here now, so... Because of that, we just decided to seal off the tunnels, but I used to have a bunch of tunnels all throughout the nether to get around quickly, just sitting on a boat and fast traveling on ice, but they took that away, so now it is just what it is. But these are most of the projects that are ongoing in the nether, and this is the one I'm working on today. So I'm going to test something real quick, because now I'm probably going to start shutting up a lot more unless people start commenting or asking questions, because I'll still see it pop up on my screen and I can still answer your questions. But I'm actually done with the tour officially now, and I'm going to start getting to work building on this. So I'm probably going to mute myself until I need to talk. See, that's what I'm talking about. These guys always just pushing each other off of stuff. Idiots. But I'm going to mute myself, and if people chat with me, I'll probably chat back. But for now, I'm just going to get to work, because I got a lot of stuff to do in the nether today. I said I was going to try and stay on until 9 at night, so that's the plan. Crazy Boy took a break real quick, because he's got things to do, but he's going to be back shortly, and then he's going to be working in here with me. And then, yeah, we're going to be doing this for a while today. I want to see if I can play my tunes on here without you guys hearing it. Not because I want to keep anything away from you guys. I mean, I'd totally share my music with you if I could, but if I start playing, you know, music on here, then you get that whole YouTube copyright, playing people's music on here. all that jibber jabber, so I gotta see if it actually converts over. So I'm gonna try and play one song for like a couple seconds and see if it comes up on the feedback, because I'm watching the stream on the phone here, so I gotta see if that's what happens or not. I can't see it, now I can see it. I gotta see if that's what happens or not, because if that's what ends up happening, then I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's gonna be hard to stream and play music at the same time, but it's also gonna be hard to work for 9 more hours and not be playing music. Maybe I'll find some way to play music in my house. And then, yeah. I'll just mute myself so that way it won't come over the microphone, I guess. I don't know. Alright, so let me test this out and see what happens. I'm going to play a song right now for a couple seconds and then stop it and then see what the couple second lag here I got on the phone. I'll see if it plays the music. I'm not even sure I can play music while broadcasting. Maybe that's a thing too, so let's find out. Seems like I can play music. Alright, so that's good. PS5 is good at multitasking. I can play music and still be live streaming. Alright, so let's turn the volume up a little bit. And now let's see if the volume comes through on the test. And we'll see if the music comes over on the live stream. So I can't play music on live stream, so. Alright. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, music. Alrighty, that is a positive. I was worried about figuring out something else for a backup plan. So I'll just have to make sure now that I mute myself while I'm playing this, because you guys will definitely still pick it up on the mic. Even though it's not streaming, like it's not streaming the music through the stream, but it's going to stream the music into the microphone, and you'll still hear it that way, and then YouTube will get all mad at me. So I'll have to mute myself and just make sure I pause the music before I start talking on the stream again. But for now, if you guys chat with me, if I catch it, I've got a kid still and a couple obligations to do, but as long as I'm moving around, you see me moving on the screen, then I'll likely see your messages come up on my TV, because it pops the messages there. And if you have anything to say, and I'll try to interact with you. If I catch the message anyway, I'll try to interact with you. I might not see them all, but if they come up. Otherwise, you guys are just going to watch me be working now. You want to see the tour of the city, you can rewind back to the beginning and watch the tours, but for now, I'm going to get to work. And you guys are going to see me do probably nothing fun. If you want to hang out with me, you can hang out with me, but I don't blame you for not sticking around. This is just a big project that I'm going to be working on with Buddy for quite a while today, so. Either way, thanks for watching until now, or thanks for popping in and out, or however you guys, however long you stayed, even if it was for a couple minutes is fine. Nobody expects you to stay through the whole stream. I don't expect anybody to stay through the whole stream. I don't think anybody's probably even in here right now while I'm streaming, but guys are popping in and out, girls popping in and out, that's fine with me. Thanks for stopping by. You don't have to like me, you don't have to like this video, and you don't have to subscribe, and I don't expect anyone to, because I got a schedule to work on, and anybody who has watched me before and seen my videos knows that I suck at uploading videos. I'm embarrassed to say that it's been over a year since the last time I've uploaded a video. But that's because I've moved. I'm not going to go into details because I think that's another thing YouTube rounds on. But things have been happening in the world, to everybody in the world, and then specific places that are happening in the world, and things just keep happening that keep putting delays in myself and everybody else, and all these holdups keep happening, so things keep taking place, and it just keeps giving me setbacks. I'm still trying to upgrade my setup so that way I can properly stream again like I used to. And actually, I want to do even better than what I used to, because what I used to was all over the place too. I want to get a schedule for myself and sort it out. I'm figuring we'll probably do like a Minecraft Monday, You know, that makes sense, right? Sounds good. Minecraft Mondays. And we'll do Minecrafting on Mondays. And then we'll do, like, I don't know, live streams and stuff like that. Live stream will probably also be Minecraft Monday. Will be like a live stream maybe. And then we'll do other live streams that aren't Minecraft. And then I want to get to doing a couple other things. Like, I'll make clips all the times, you know, I'll have my live streams, but then I'll have my clip videos where I edit some things, you know, because I'd like to get some edited videos, you know, so I always have, like, if I'm not live streaming on those days, I can get videos uploaded anyway, so there's always nice content to watch. And I'd also like to start doing Let's Plays. That's definitely one of my biggest things, because I don't have a particular game that I'm hung on to. I know when you guys probably, like me, I do it too. It's not just you, everybody probably does it. When you look up games that you want to see or, you know, players that you like, you know, if you end up liking me or something, you know, you're not going to look me up and be like, oh my god, he plays Minecraft all the time, or he's like a Mario Maker expert. You know, you pick those people to watch those games, you know. I'm not really that one, you know, like, I don't think that's going to be me. If you want to watch me play Minecraft, like doing Minecraft Mondays, and every Monday you want to be here and watch Minecraft, and yeah, that, you know, I guess that could be your game, and that's like, you can see me doing that all the time. But I don't want to be locked into one game, because new games come out all the time, and I love playing new games. I love playing, like, a Let's Play of new games. I have so many new games. I mean, I could have probably done a whole Elden Ring thing, and I could have probably made myself popular in the YouTube channel just by doing that. But I'm not doing YouTube to get popular. I'm not doing YouTube for any reason, really, in particular, honestly. I'm just playing games because I love playing games. I've been doing it my whole life, and I'm good at games. I own a lot of games. Every time a new game comes out, I probably have it, you know, so I could always do, like, new games all the time. Do like Let's Play Tuesdays or something like that, or find like a weekend day and do a Let's Play, and then I'll play whatever game's new at the time and do it cover to cover, start to finish, and, you know, pick new games, pick old games, pick whatever games, do Let's Plays on every game, you know. It won't be like a guide or 100% completion or anything like that. It'll just be me playing a game from start to finish and having fun. That's something that piques my interest. I'd like to do that. Even for new games, it'd be nice for like a first look, you know, or even I don't know what it is. Like, if I played Elden Ring now and did it from start to finish, people would probably watch that, but it's not like the first time. Like, I would know where I'm going and what I'm doing in that game, as opposed to, like, you know, popping it open for the first time, putting it in and going wow to everything. You know, the reaction's not going to be as genuine now. But I don't know. I gotta figure something out, guys. I gotta get a green screen set up again. I got a camera. I'd like to get a better PC setup, only because I can edit on PlayStation, and that's actually how all my videos have ever been edited, if that surprises you or not. Some of you can probably tell, but others may not even know that I'm editing on my PlayStation, so how crazy is that? But I am. All my videos are usually edited. Anything that's been a clip and not a live stream's been edited on my system. And I haven't used the computer. It would be easier to get something that would be like a capture card, where I could capture my gameplay here and then carry it over to a PC and then do proper editing there, because it would look better for you guys and it would be more of just a fancified clip, you know, so it wouldn't be as bad. Not that my videos are super bad, but they could be a lot better. It's not a lot of options and a lot of editing tools on the PlayStation, so using something on PC would be ideal. And I'm not moving much here because I'm going through all my menus on my PlayStation here. I'm just so yeah, that's the plan. I gotta get a better setup. I gotta get green screen going. I got cameras and stuff. I got my system. I just need a better PC setup. I wish I could just go like any of the YouTubers I watch, or people that are good at YouTubing and stuff like that. I wish I could buy a YouTube setup. If I had my own money and I had my own way to do stuff, I would just get my own setup like today if I could afford it. And then I would also order me a YouTuber for a day, and have he or she fly over here, who somebody's like, doesn't have to be super successful, but successful enough or knows their way around YouTubing and streaming and editing and all that stuff, and I'd get them over here and then have them, you know, give me a rundown of how to get all this going better. Right now, it's just me trying to figure it all out, and I'm like computer inept. I'm good at PC, or not PC. I'm good at Sony and PlayStation stuff like that, but PC is like an element that I'm not familiar with. I'm not a dummy, but I know the basics, but I don't know much more than the basics. So trying to like sort all that stuff out and be like a fancy editor or something. That's not. I don't know about that. But, yeah, so that's it. I just gotta get my setup going again, guys, and try to get a better time frame. Schedule being the most important, because I got, Minecraft Mondays I think will be a thing. Getting live streams going, not just Minecraft, and then having Let's Plays and all these other things going. It definitely would be, getting all that stuff squared away would be good. So that way I could have a schedule that I could stick to and something that you guys could depend on, and it wouldn't just be all over the place. That's why I haven't ever came back. That's why it's been a year for me between all the stuff going on in the world and all the setbacks and everything else, and trying to get my things all set up and everything. I don't want to start going until I'm ready to go, and I'm not ready to go. I'm not there yet, so it's like very random. And I don't want to start getting anyone excited that I'm back or doing things or doing stuff that you like and you see content that's interesting, and then here I am just in and out every couple of weeks on a weird-ass schedule every other month or couple months, or, maybe it'd be a year by the next time I stream something, who knows. Like, I'm trying to get my stuff squared away, but, living in the U.S. here and things are going south every single day I wake up, something seems to be worse going on, so... And, with the inflations and all the other stuff is really screwing things up. So it's like any extra money I did have, it's like it's just more of that keeps bleeding away because, it's a wonderful country I'm in right now. It's just totally not going to shit. But, so that's the plan. Let you a little bit more in the loop of my life and what's going on, and hopefully more about, streaming in the future. It is still my intention. I'm not going to start until I'm ready to go. That's the only thing, so I'm sorry if that's not good news, but it's also not bad news. I'm not going to go away. It's just something I do want to do. I just can't do it yet. But when I can, I will. For now, you guys got this for today, and I'm going to start getting back to work, so I'm not going to do too much chatting. If you guys want to see the tour of the world again, just go back to the beginning and watch the tour. Kind of get a quick rundown of everything that's in the entire world and all the builds, skip around and look at whatever parts you want, do what you want. Otherwise, if you don't want to stick around, I'm going to shut up here and just get back to work and listen to music. If you guys want to chat with me, absolutely, go ahead and chat. I'll try and chat and communicate with anybody. Otherwise, I'm going to get back to work, put this thing more on mute, and just, you're not going to see me doing too much entertaining stuff, so I don't blame anybody not sticking around. But if you want to hang out with me and chit-chat, absolutely. You can still do that. Otherwise, that's it, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Anybody who has been here and has popped in and out or made it not really necessarily this far into the video today, because I don't think anybody's made it this long. I've been streaming for 4 hours already, I think. But I'm going to keep streaming for a couple more hours. So thank you for anyone who made it this far or has heard this part. Thank you to anyone who's made it to hear this. Thank you. And I'll thank you again at the end of the video. Probably. But I'm going to get to work now. Hope everybody has a good day. Anybody wants to chit-chat, as long as you see me moving here, I'm here. If I'm standing still, I might be on a break. I'll probably say something before I step off, and if I have to go take care of my kid or something. But as long as I'm here, your comments should still pop up on my screen, and we can chat. Otherwise, I'm going to get to it, guys. So, thanks a lot. I keep stalling because I don't want to do this. It's a lot of work today. I'm going to try and kill as much of this lava off as I can. So, I'm going to be here for quite some time today. But I'm going to quit procrastinating, so... Have a good day, everyone. I'm going to get to work now and enjoy my misery in this game that's putting 1,000 million blocks down. Alright, I'm going to get to it. See you later. I'll talk to you guys. Anybody who wants to chat. Hello.
Yes.
Ooh, you're back.
You knew I was back.
Hello. But I pretend like I don't know things. Ooh, you're back. Hello. But I pretend like God, it's echoing like crazy.
Yep.
That'll sound good in the video. Jeez. Yeah, so I'm down here. I just dug up a whole bunch of gravel so I can use more gravel.
My pickaxe is about to bite the dust.
Well, that's rare. It doesn't normally happen around here.
But I can just hop down here real quick. Ah, it's all the way down there, isn't it? Of course it is.
Might be.
He's up here. Yeah. That's nice. Oh, yeah, I gotta pick up some fucking rockets anyway, so.
It still sounds like you're coming through the chat lobby thing, so I can still hear your voice making noises.
Yeah, I try. Oh, I need some of those. I won't break it completely. I'll put it in the box so it can be salvaged later.
What?
The pickaxe.
Well, what the hell?
If you want to, you don't have
I don't know, do we still have like 50 of them? No, I'm not worried about it. Until we start running out of pickaxes, it's not really an issue.
Alright, let me see what you got going on over here.
Hard work.
There you are. It looks like you're in the same spot as I left you before.
Well, then how'd that giant hole get here?
Alright, you used your shovel a little bit.
I didn't even use a shovel.
No?
Shovels are for noobs.
Wow.
So you just come over here? Nope. Do I go over there? I do go over there. I have it on me. I thought I put it in the box. Come over here. You dig out one of these guys that are really tall.
Yep. Yeah, save the shovel.
Yeah, it's not a lot to dig out, so actually I think digging might be a little bit faster. Like, if these were tall columns, then that would probably be the quickest route, but since they're really not that tall, I was shoveling it for a bit, and I was like, it's not like shoveling's going slow, because it's not, but I'm just thinking, like, preserving the shovel, if I don't dig out that much fucking gravel at once, then
right.
It'll last longer that way, so that's all I was thinking, grabbing lights. But I'm here, so if you want to chit-chat, if you have any stupid questions for me, because I know you're full of them. I'm here still, I just gotta unmute, because, you know, YouTube and music and things are problems.
Are they?
Usually. But if you or any of the people in the chat lobby decide to chat, I can chat. I just gotta pause it to be able to talk again. But for now, just got music blasting so that way I don't lose my mind here. And I have to mute it while I do that. So, until you need me and can't live without me.
Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna go back to doing that. So, bye-bye.
Bye.
I will be right back, all. Making a quick sandwich for lunch. For anybody who wants a chance one day to be able to play on this world, it is open for new people to join. Let me mute this. But anybody who wants to join, it is open for anyone to join. That's my game tag on PlayStation. There is quite a few rules that if you do want to play on this world, you'd have to abide by. Nothing that would spoil the fun or ruin anything for anybody. It's just kind of like, don't be a dick rules. If you're curious what that is, just go back to the beginning of this video, and I actually went over that in the very start of this whole thing when I started doing a tour of the world. So you can see what the world's all about, and you can take a tour if you want to watch the beginning of the video. This stuff right here is probably not going to be as entertaining to watch, but the beginning of the world tour is all fine. At the beginning of it goes over the rules and stuff like that if you want to be part of it. That's my game name though. If you do add me as a friend on PlayStation, make sure you send me along with a message telling me who you are and, you know, how you know me or something. Like, I watched your video or something on YouTube. You know, give me a heads up. I don't just add people that just send me a friend request and I don't even know who you are, so just let me know who you are beforehand, otherwise I probably won't accept it. Otherwise, yeah, we are definitely have openings. There's probably about 6 people that play on this, you know, on and off, so we definitely have room for more if people do want to join. We just gotta make sure that you're not the trolley sort. It's always open to anyone who wants to play, but anyone who plays Minecraft knows there's a lot of good and bad people out there, so you gotta be careful, of course. It's definitely precautions to take.
Alright, now that she's home, we got Mother's Day stuff to do, so I'll be on later when we get back.
Weren't you just gone for hours? Oh god, it's
I
a
was gone
fucking...
for 2 hours to do laundry and get lunch.
You don't need to sit there and wait for laundry to get in. You just throw it in there and you go back to work and do the thing.
Yeah. I'll be back in a couple hours.
Jeez, now who's the one slacking today?
Yeah. I don't want to hear it. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Alright, bye.